Chapter 1185 Dead Mighty Figure. Chapter 1185 Dead Mighty Figure. A few hundred kilometers away from the old capital of Yen country. The sect masters of Dragon Tiger sect, Blood Mist sect, Seven Kills sect, and the other upper sects exchanged glances and nodded. All of them paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yen country. "Why aren't you guys leaving?" the sect master of Stellar Luna sect asked with a frown. "Nothing much. We're just waiting for an outcome," the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect replied indifferently. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect was shocked and asked hurriedly, "You guys really attacked Desolate Marshal?" The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect sneered. "If Stellar Luna sect doesn't make a move, there will naturally be other sections. This lad won't survive beyond today." Elder Bone's spirit of Dragon Tiger sect had not only invited the conjoined body mighty figures of Blood Mist sect, Een Ghost sect, and other sects for help, he tried persuading the other sects as well. However, sects like Stellar Luna sect did not agree to it. The matriarch of Muron clan mulled in silence before shaking her head. "Desolate Marshal wishes to impart martial arts to all living beings. If he succeeds, it will be the fortune of the world. You guys should not kill him." "Humph!" The patriarch of Yuan clan's tone was unfriendly as he said coldly. "Desolate Marshal doesn't differentiate between good and evil. He is sworn siblings with fiend demons and does everything based on impulse without any restraint at all. It would definitely be a disaster for the North region to let such a person live and grow." The sect master of Seven Kills sect nodded in agreement. "That's right. This lad is way too sharp. We have to kill him." The sect master of Stellar Luna sect and the others did not agree with that statement. However, they were naturally unwilling to get into a fight with the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others over that. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley asked, "Who's there?" "Including Elder Bone's spirit of our sect, there are a total of 6 Grand Elders," the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect declared proudly. The hearts of the sect master of Stellar Luna sect and the others skipped a beat as they exchanged glances. Sighing internally, they shook their heads. There was no hope. Initially, they were still thinking that Desolate Marshal's luck was strong, and he had many trump cards. He might be able to find a chance to survive. Now that they knew it was a combined attack from 6 conjoined body mighty figures, Desolate Marshal was definitely doomed. Elder Bone's spirit and the others have already sealed the space over there. It should be over soon. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect murmured softly. Although he knew that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still wanted to wait and see the outcome. A cold wind blew. Suddenly he felt a chill and could not help but frown as he muttered to himself. "There shouldn't be any variables, right?" After pondering for a long time, he shook his head. "I don't think so." "Yes, definitely not. The old capital of Yen country." "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you." Suddenly Elder Bone's spirit laughed. "We decided to take action after confirming that there's no activity in the Dragon Burial Valley. Therefore, you don't have to hope for that patriarch to appear and save you. We've already preempted all the variables that you can think of." He sighed. "Desolate Marshal, it's time to send you on your way." "Preempted all the variables?" "Not necessarily," Su Zimos said indifferently before looking at Goddess True Jade, who was not far away. He cupped his fists. "Senior, do help us with this calamity." She was not standing together with Su Zimo and the others. It was only now that Elder Bone's spirit and the others noticed her. "What a stunner!" Exalted Master Lang Yu could not help but exclaim. Elder Bone's spirit and the others glanced at Goddess True Jade and frowned. Although this woman was indeed extremely beautiful, she did not pose much attraction to the few old men. Furthermore, apart from her beauty, there was nothing special about her. She did not exude any powerful aura and looked like a mortal. She looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile and asked instead, "Why should I help you?" Su Zimo smiled bitterly. "It's clear that the 6 conjoined body mighty figures don't intend to kill me alone. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay out of it, Senior." "That's fine," Goddess True Jade replied indifferently. "When the time comes, I'll take Little Fox away. Nobody can stop me." What has your life and death got to do with me? All of you have to die. None of you can escape. Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect smacked his lips and said murderously. Goddess True Jade frowned in displeasure. However, Elder Bone Spirit and the others did not notice it at all. Even if they noticed the change in Goddess True Jade's expression, they wouldn't take it to heart. Don't. Exalted Master Lang Yu hurriedly said. Fellow Taoists, please do me a favor. Leave this beauty and that fox to me. Why? Are you tempted, Exalted Master? Elder Haixia of Yin Ghost Sect asked. Exalted Master Lang Yu smiled knowingly and nodded. That woman is of the highest quality. Such beauty is rare in this world. Since I bumped into her, there's no way I'll let her off. Elder Haixia leered. I do know of a secret skill that allows this beauty to serve you obediently as her master. She will be utterly loyal and will abide by all your commands. Exalted Master Lang Yu's eyes lit up. The two of them discussed as though there was no one else around and did not notice that Goddess True Jade's expression had already turned completely frosty. You guys truly have a death wish, she murmured softly. Oh? The lady is angry? Exalted Master Lang Yu smirked evilly. Even when you're angry, you are so captivating. Lang Yu! Right then, Elder Bone's spirit hollered. He had already vaguely realized that something was amiss. He could not see through this woman's cultivation realm. Initially, he thought that this was a mortal. However, why would a mortal be here? Furthermore, how could she remain calm in the face of their auras? Could this woman be a conjoined body mighty figure as well? However, Elder Bone's spirit was puzzled. Every single conjoined body mighty figure was renowned throughout the world, and it was impossible for him not to know them. However, he had never seen this woman before. Goddess True Jade, kill them! Right then, Little Fox gripped her paws and shouted. All right. Goddess True Jade nodded. She did not make any large movements. With just a single stride, she ignored the distance between them and arrived before Elder Haixia instantly. Psst! What speed? Elder Haixia was alarmed. He did not have time to think and instinctively punched back at Goddess True Jade. A conjoined body mighty figure could shake the world with every move. What seemed like a simple punch released an extremely terrifying power. Countless ghostly shadows burst forth at the same time and lunged at Goddess True Jade. Her expression did not change, and she merely opened her mouth slightly before exhaling gently. Instantly, the temperature in the void plummeted. Even Su Zimo and the others on the ground felt a chilling sensation. The world seemed to have frozen. Crack! 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 Countless ghosts were frozen by the cold air. A layer of frost covered Elder Haixia's fist and arm as well. The speed of his punch decreased significantly. Right then, Goddess True Jade extended a jade-white finger that was crystal clear and tender. Instantly it tapped on Elder Haixia's glabella. It was too fast. Although the fight sounded slow upon narration, it happened in a flash. Elder Haixia's expression froze as disbelief streaked through his eyes. Thereafter, his gaze dimmed and he fell from midair. Before he even landed on the ground, there was already no life left in his body. A conjoined body mighty figure was dead. Chapter 1186 Jade Hairpin. Chapter 1186 Jade Hairpin. You! Elder Bone's spirit and the others were shocked. This change had completely exceeded their expectations. Even though they had already sensed that something was amiss, they did not expect that this seemingly weak woman with a beauty that could topple countries would be so terrifying the moment she attacked. Even Elder Haixia could not last 2 blows from this woman. Su Zimo and the others were shocked as well. There was no need to elaborate on the others. Apart from Little Fox, none of them knew who Goddess True Jade was. On the other hand, Su Zimo was clear about the background of Goddess True Jade. He had also heard Monk Yuan Bei mention that she had reached the conjoined body realm after cultivating for 2,000 years. Her potential was heaven-defying and could be considered terrifying. However, the great Qian Empire was destroyed by the catastrophe later on and Consort Yu vanished as well. According to his deduction, she should have fallen asleep in the volcano beneath the ruins and only awakened in this lifetime. In other words, she was at least at the conjoined body realm. Su Zimo had another thought. It was only logical that Goddess True Jade could kill Elder Hairpin so easily. According to his calculations, she should be around 12,000 years old. For a conjoined body realm cultivator with 20,000 years of lifespan, she was at the peak and had a strong blood qi. However, Elder Hairpin was already in his twilight years and only had a few hundred years to live. His blood qi was deteriorating and his combat strength was decreasing. He was naturally no match for Goddess True Jade. Furthermore, Elder Hairpin had underestimated his opponent. There was no way he would have expected such a terrifying variable to exist in this ruin. "Be careful, everyone!" Elder Bone's spirit reminded hurriedly. The remaining 5 conjoined body mighty figures reacted extremely quickly and made a prompt decision to attack Goddess True Jade at almost the same time. Suddenly, a gigantic bone saber appeared in Elder Bone's spirit's hands. It burned with white flames and emitted a terrifying aura. Swash! Elder Bone's spirit wielded his saber with both hands and charged towards Goddess True Jade. Dragon Tiger sect specialized in body tempering. Even though he was already in his twilight years, his specialty was still melee combat. Yuan Xiong took out a gigantic, heavy iron spear from his storage bag and dragged it through the void, leaving a trail behind. He strode forward and closed in on Goddess True Jade as well. Elder Cruel Son of 7 Kills sect, Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist sect, and Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult released powerful dermic arts from the periphery. "Blood Mist Devour!" Elder Lust Fiend conjured hand seals and pointed forward. A blood mist spread out around his body and rapidly formed a blood-colored head that was malevolent and terrifying as it devoured towards Goddess True Jade. 7 Kills Sword! With a cold expression, Elder Cruel Son hollered and slashed forward with his sword fingers. Suddenly, 7 long swords with a chilling killing intent appeared above Goddess True Jade's head and slashed down viciously. Exalted Master Lang Yu's glabella shone and an ancient mirror surfaced. "Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror, Sea of Misery!" Wielding a mighty figure dermic weapon, he conjured a dermic art and shot a stream of dermic powers into the ancient mirror. Suddenly, the ancient mirror shone with a beam of light that scattered into the void where Goddess True Jade landed. Bang! Boom! Boom! A shocking scene descended. Su Zimo and the others looked up and saw a vast ocean appear out of thin air. It blotted out the skies and surged with waves, as though it could devour all living beings. They could clearly sense that every single drop of seawater in the Sea of Misery was formed from extremely pure dermic powers. A single drop of seawater could cause mountains to collapse and kill Dharma-characteristic Tao lords with ease. Everyone was shocked. Conjoined body mighty figures truly had the power to shake the heavens, quake the earth, move mountains and fill oceans. Range and melee combat. Even though this was the first time the 5 conjoined body mighty figures were joining forces, they were experienced and cooperated extremely well. The attacks of the 5 of them were terrifying and almost drowned Goddess True Jade. Although they had witnessed the capabilities of Goddess True Jade, Su Zimo and the others were still worried. Sharp swords hovered, the Sea of Misery beneath, and incoming blood mist alongside attacks from the bone saber and iron spear. Even in the face of such intense attacks, Goddess True Jade's expression was indifferent. With light steps, she charged towards Yuan Xiong at the side, leaving behind a series of graceful figures. She was truly elegant and classy as a dragon. Even during the battle, Goddess True Jade's figure was extremely beautiful without any signs of wretchedness. What was even rarer was that she managed to dodge most of the attacks with that beautiful dance. The 7 Kills sword missed completely. Reaching out with her jade-like hand, she pulled out a jade-green hairpin that was only the length of a finger from the black hair on her head. Her black hair fell along with the wind, making her look even more elegant. Goddess True Jade raised her palm. Shoo! A jade-green light flashed and pierced through the incoming blood-colored head. The blood-colored head paused in midair for a moment before exploding. With a flash of light, the jade hairpin pierced towards Elder Lust Fiend's glabella. Ah! Elder Lust Fiend was shocked. He had not expected that Goddess True Jade would have the strength to retaliate despite being surrounded. Furthermore, he had been attacking from afar and had not expected that she would choose to attack him first. The jade hairpin arrived instantly. In a flash, Elder Lust Fiend took out a gigantic turtle shell from his storage bag and blocked the jade hairpin. The turtle shell had a powerful origin. It was obtained by killing a pure-blooded grand demon black turtle in the East Sea. The most indestructible part of the black turtle's body was the shell on its back. It might even be tougher than perfect mighty figure dermic weapons. Clang! The jade hairpin made a crisp sound when it collided against the mysterious turtle shell. Immediately after, Elder Lust Fiend heard a jarring sound. It was as though something was shattering in front of him. Could it be? A thought flashed through Elder Lust Fiend's mind. That was impossible. That tiny jade hairpin was incomparably fragile. How could it pierce through the shell of a grand demon black turtle? Unless that jade hairpin is a dermic treasure? Dermic treasures were weapons that were infused with divine powers and could only be wielded by Ancestor realm experts. Elder Lust Fiend stared at the turtle shell in his palm and his pupils constricted. Crack! Suddenly, the center of the turtle shell shattered and a green beam of light pierced through his palm without any resistance. Ah! Elder Lust Fiend shrieked from the pain. However, right after, the shriek came to an abrupt stop. A bloody hole appeared on Elder Lust Fiend's glabella. Behind his head, a jade-green jade hairpin pierced through his skull slowly and stuck out. There was no trace of blood on it. Elder Lust Fiend died on the spot. Against the encirclement of 5 conjoined body mighty figures, Goddess True Jade retaliated domineeringly and killed one of them right away. However, she did not stop. Stepping on the sea of misery's jade waves, she distanced herself from Elder Bone's spirit and avoided the 7-kill sword, arriving before Yuan Xiong. Herg! Yuan Xiong was strong and muscular. With a furious roar, he raised his iron spear with both hands and thrust it towards Goddess True Jade. The power of the spear was immense, and it was extremely fast. Ripples even appeared around the spear. It tore through the air and headed straight for Goddess True Jade's face. Chapter 1187 Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1187 Half-Martial Ancestor. In the face of the incoming heavy, iron spear, Goddess True Jade's expression did not change as she reached out with her slender hand and grabbed the spear's head. Yuan Xiong's expression changed and he wanted to burst forth with his blood chi to blast Goddess True Jade away. However, no matter how hard he tried and even as his face flushed red, she would not budge at all. Even Goddess True Jade's wrists did not show any signs of trembling. It was only at that moment that Yuan Xiong realized the difference between him and Goddess True Jade. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Even despite your age. Suddenly, Goddess True Jade spoke. Gripping the iron spear in her right hand, she strode forward and extended her left hand, slapping towards Yuan Xiong's chest in a seemingly light manner. You have no morals! With that remark, Goddess True Jade's palm pushed against Yuan Xiong's chest. Bang! Yuan Xiong's chest caved in rapidly, almost sticking to his spine. From the looks of it, it was as though he was smashed into pieces by a single palm strike from Goddess True Jade. The physical body of a conjoined body mighty figure was fused with their heaven and earth dharma characteristic alongside dermic powers. They were invulnerable to weapons, fire, water, and would never decay. To think that his life would have been severed by Goddess True Jade's seemingly frail palm. Yuan Xiong's essence spirit flew out from the top of his head and fled into the distance with a flustered expression. Even if he did not have much lifespan left, he did not want to be randomly beaten to death by a woman who appeared out of nowhere. Without even looking at him, Goddess True Jade turned around and walked towards exalted Master Lang Yu, graceful as a fairy. The meaning of ethereal was embodied completely through her elegant strides. Yuan Xiong was delighted. Escaping from this calamity was better than dying here with his Tao destroyed. However, before the joy in his eyes dissipated, he sensed a strong sense of danger, and caught sight of a jade-green glow from the corner of his eye. "It's that jade hairpin." A final thought flashed through Yu Xiong's mind. Poof! The jade hairpin passed through his essence spirit without stopping. Yu Xiong was dead. Goddess True Jade's methods were so powerful and terrifying that half of the 6 conjoined body mighty figures were dead in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo and the others were invigorated. Of course, the remaining 3 conjoined body mighty figures were even more difficult to deal with. Among them, Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was at his peak age, and his blood qi was domineering, far surpassing the other 5 conjoined body elders. True enough. Exalted Master Lang Yu had a grim expression as he conjured hand seals repeatedly, sending dermic powers into the ancient mirror before him. Although he spoke with zero restraint, his combat strength was indeed much stronger than Elder Xie and the others. Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror! Hidden Dragon goes to sea! With a loud shout from Exalted Master Lang Yu, the initially turbulent sea of misery suddenly caved in, forming a gigantic vortex. A divine dragon with a terrifying aura crawled out of the sea. Its horns were towering, and its gaze was sharp. Opening its mouth, it let out an earth-shaking dragon roar towards Goddess True Jade. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the divine dragon was only condensed from the dermic powers of Exalted Master Lang Yu, it was already lifelike and filled with a dragon might that shook the skies. Under the gaze of the divine dragon, Goddess True Jade looked incomparably tiny as she stood on the water surface, as though she could be devoured at any moment. "It's just a small trick, it's nothing much." She harumphed coldly and stomped her feet gently. The howling sea of misery seemed to have been severely injured by the stomp and calmed down instantly. Crack! 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 Immediately after, frost filled the air above the sea of misery, and with Goddess True Jade as the center, it spread out rapidly and froze the surroundings. The divine dragon that had just leaped out of the sea merely roared. Before it could do anything, it was enveloped by the cold aura and froze into ice. This Exalted Master Lang Yu was starting to panic. That dermic art could be considered as his strongest trump card. However, he had not expected it to be completely vulnerable before Goddess True Jade. At that moment, Goddess True Jade had already arrived before him with a cold expression. "They're old fogies, it's fine if they die. However, you're different. Initially, I wanted to spare your life on account of how difficult it was for you to cultivate. However, it's a pity that you're so brazen with that dirty mouth to harbor designs on me. I'm left with no choice but to send you on your way." Before she finished her sentence, Goddess True Jade had already extended her palm and slapped the top of Exalted Master Lang Yu's head. Exalted Master Lang Yu did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly placed the ancient mirror above his head and released a blazing beam of light. The beam of light was so strong that it could even penetrate a conjoined body mighty figure's body. However, there were no ripples when the beam of light landed on Goddess True Jade's delicate palm. All of a sudden, a ball of scorching flames appeared in Goddess True Jade's palm and engulfed the ancient mirror, burning furiously. "Psst!" Exalted Master Lang Yu gasped. The ancient mirror was his destiny dermic weapon that was inherited from Mystic Firmament Divine Cult. Coupled with his sex cultivation technique, the Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror, it was extremely powerful. However, against the raging flames in Goddess True Jade's palm, the ancient mirror creaked and was burned red, almost transparent. "I've got to give it my all!" Exalted Master Lang Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he bit his tongue gently, and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient mirror. That was his destiny dermic weapon, and he could not abandon it. With the augmentation of the essence blood, the ancient mirror shone brightly and was still resisting with all its might. A look of mockery flashed through Goddess True Jade's eyes as she retracted the flames in her palm. In its place was a bone-chilling coldness that enveloped the ancient mirror instantly. Shing! The different powers of ice and fire were activated on the ancient mirror, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. Exalted Master Lang Yu was not the only one affected by the aura. Even Elder Bone's spirit and Elder Cruel's son, who were charging forward, were shocked and exclaimed, "Divine powers!" The power of extreme heat and coldness struck the ancient mirror and released a terrifying power that surpassed dermic powers. Divine powers! Divine powers were divided into different grades: lesser, greater, or peerless divine powers. But no matter what, divine powers were something that only Ancestor realm experts could control. This power was already above the conjoined body realm. It was only at that moment that Elder Bone's spirit and the other two realized that the woman before them was not at the conjoined body realm at all. She was a half-step Mahayana. In other words, she was a legendary half-martial Ancestor expert. This turn of events truly scared the three of them out of their wits. Boom! Under the effect of the divine power, the ancient mirror exploded. Many shards flew towards Goddess True Jade and fell before they could get close. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was not that lucky. His destiny dermic weapon was destroyed and his essence spirit was implicated. As though he was struck by lightning, his body shuddered and his mind was in chaos. At that moment, there was no way he could dodge the incoming shards of the dermic weapon. The dermic weapon shards contained remnants of the divine power and were extremely powerful. Numerous dermic weapon shards entered his body instantly and penetrated it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. His consciousness was pierced by at least 3 shards and his essence spirit was smashed into pieces. It had long dissipated. Exalted Master Lang Yu's corpse fell onto the ruins and died. Goddess True Jade seemed extremely disdainful towards Exalted Master Lang Yu and did not even touch the latter even by the clothes the entire time. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was already a dead man. Chapter 1188 Prediction. Chapter 1188 Prediction. A huge battle broke out between the two parties, and in a flash, only 2 of the 6 conjoined body mighty figures were left. Furthermore, the remaining Elder Bone's spirit and Elder Cruel's son were both old men in their twilight years. How could this be? How could there be a half-martial Ancestor expert in this desolate and dilapidated old capital? Ancestor realm. Even half-martial Ancestors were a barrier that many conjoined body mighty figures could not reach. Throughout history, countless paragons and cultivators had entered the conjoined body realm and become mighty figures. All of those mighty figures had immense luck and countless fortuitous encounters. All of them were famous existences. However, with the sands of time, how many conjoined body mighty figures could take that step forward and advance to the Mahayana realm? Not to mention a full step, even half a step was enough to stump countless mighty figures. All of those mighty figures were extremely powerful and intimidating. They roamed the world unhindered and rarely met their match. They had a lifespan of 20,000 years, but most of them stopped before the Ancestor realm and died after expending their lifespans. At the Ancestor realm, one could extend their lifespan to 100,000 years after comprehending divine powers. From 20,000 to 100,000 years of lifespan, it was clear how huge the gap between the 2 major cultivation realms was. Elder Bone's spirit stood on the spot motionlessly with a conflicted expression. There was panic, indignance, fear, and regret. Elder Cruel's son's reaction was extremely fast, and he did not have that many thoughts in his mind. He made a prompt decision and turned to flee without hesitation. Why waste your energy? You won't be able to escape. Goddess True Jade smiled indifferently and strode forward. As though she had crossed the limits of space, she caught up to Elder Cruel's son in the blink of an eye. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that he could not escape, Elder Cruel's son turned around with bloodshot eyes. He conjured hand seals repeatedly and growled, 8th kill, killing body. 7 kills sect originally had 7 killing techniques. However, in reality, only a small number of people in the sect knew that above the 7 kills, there was an 8th killing technique, the killing body technique. The so-called killing body technique was to abandon one's life to release a most terrifying attack. Once that secret skill was released, he would be the first to die. Elder Cruel's son's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every single drop of his flesh was filled with immense dermic powers and was about to explode. Humph! Goddess True Jade waved her sleeves gently and a streak of frost engulfed Elder Cruel's Sunday. The dermic powers that were already boiling in Elder Cruel Sun's body calmed down instantly, and layers of ice condensed around him, chilling him to the bones. It's fine if you want to die. Just stay away and don't spill any blood on me. Goddess True Jade frowned. She was always picky about cleanliness. Even after a huge battle, her body would be spotless. She hated filthy things like blood the most. The layers of ice froze Elder Cruel's Sun's bloodline and dermic powers. Even his consciousness was invaded by the frost chi and gradually turned into ice. Elder Cruel's Sun could only stare with widened eyes. The coldness seeped in, and he could not even move his eyeballs. Gradually, frost filled his entire consciousness, and his essence spirit was filled with ice crystals. His life was gone. Elder Cruel's Sun was frozen into a human-shaped ice block. Goddess True Jade gave a casual slap on the surface. Elder Cruel's Sun shattered into many pieces of ice without any blood splattering on the ground. This was a mighty figure. 10,000 years ago, he was a renowned expert of the North region and was invincible. To think that right now, he would end up in a state where his essence spirit was destroyed, and he did not even have a corpse remaining. Of the 6 conjoined body mighty figures, there was only one left. Elder Bone's spirit did not escape. He knew very well that he could not escape from a half-martial ancestor given his capabilities. He felt a strong sense of indignance when he looked at the white-robed woman who was walking over slowly. Finally, he could not help but ask, "May I know what sect or faction you are from, fellow Taoist?" "Why are you asking this?" Goddess True Jade asked instead of answering. "I just want to die knowing why." Elder Bone's spirit clenched his fists and said slowly, "As a half-martial ancestor, you're definitely not a nobody. I've cultivated in the cultivation world for more than 20,000 years, but I've never seen you before." Goddess True Jade replied indifferently. 10,000 years ago, I spent most of my time in the palace and almost never roamed the cultivation world. It's only natural that you've never seen me before." 10,000 years ago? Palace? Elder Bone's spirit was stunned. Before long, he realized something and exclaimed, "Why, you're from the Great Qian Empire!" After a brief pause, a legendary character crossed his mind as he yelped, "Your consort, you of the Great Qian Empire!" "That's me." Goddess True Jade nodded. "You can pass away in peace now." Elder Bone's spirit's lips curled into a bitter smile as he looked at Goddess True Jade's smooth finger that was extending towards him. He sighed. "After all the scheming, we can't win against fate." Bang! Goddess True Jade tapped Elder Bone's spirit on the glabella. Elder Bone's spirit shuddered and his essence spirit was destroyed as he fell from midair, dead. When they saw that, Su Zimo and the others felt emotional. That was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Conjoined body mighty figures were almost at the peak of the cultivation world. However, if these people took a wrong step, they would still end up dead with a tragic ending. Under normal circumstances, the 6 conjoined body mighty figures coming out of seclusion and joining forces to kill Su Zimo was a sure victory without any accidents. They had predicted almost all possible variables. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. They had not expected that the woman who had been asleep for 10,000 years in the Great Qian Empire would awaken and become the only variable in this sure-kill situation. This one single variable cost them their lives. "Thank you for saving me, Senior True Jade. I'm extremely grateful." Su Zimo bowed towards Goddess True Jade. If Goddess True Jade had not intervened this time round, all of them would have been doomed. She rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want Little Fox to get hurt." Monkey and the others were carefree and did not think much about it, merely thinking that they were lucky. However, the women present were extremely sensitive. Ji Yaoxue, Xiaoning and the others shifted their gazes between Goddess True Jade and Su Zimo, muttering internally. If she was worried about Little Fox getting hurt, she could have just taken the latter away. Why did she have to fight? They had a feeling that there was something that no one else knew about between Su Zimo and Goddess True Jade. Goddess True Jade's gaze landed on Su Zimo's embrace as she asked, "Little fox, are you going to follow me or are you staying? Your Highness, can't you stay as well?" Little fox blinked her large eyes and asked timidly. Goddess True Jade shook her head. "I'm leaving." After a brief pause, she continued, "If you want to leave with me, I'll bring you along. Naturally, I won't let you suffer. However, if you want to stay, I won't force you either. Your Highness, I can't bear to part with you as well." But. Little Fox was conflicted and could not continue. In her heart, she wanted to stay by Su Zimo's side and be with Monkey and the others. She led a carefree life in Thousand Demon Valley and was very happy. However, Goddess True Jade had been in a deep slumber for 10,000 years. Now that she had woken up, she was desolate and pitiful without any old friends by her side. Goddess True Jade smiled. "I understand." With that said, she turned to leave and a voice sounded. "Su Zimo, take good care of her. Otherwise, I'll come looking for you again." Chapter 1189 Deducing the Martial Tao. Chapter 1189 Deducing the Martial Tao. Now that this is over, the North region should be peaceful for a period of time. The old immortal crane lamented. After the battle between Su Zimo and Tao Lord Xianyu, Stellar Luna Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley and some other upper sects and aristocratic families had already expressed that they would no longer hold grudges. Furthermore, now that 6 conjoined body mighty figures were dead, it won't take long before news of it spread through the entire North region. As such, the upper sects and aristocratic families should settle down. Over the years, the North region has been in turmoil. The feudal vassals have risen and the flames of war have spread, Su Zimo said. After the Witchku calamity and the destruction of the 3 dynasties, the North region is devastated. I hope that there will be a period of peace and rest. Zimo, what are your plans from now on? Jiaoxiu asked. That's right. Xianyu is dead and the blood feud of the 13 cities of Yan country has been avenged. That's a weight on the shoulder lifted. Brother, where are you going from now on? Xiaoning echoed. The old immortal crane smiled. Why don't you follow me back to Ethereal Peak? 100 years ago, you were forced to leave because you were afraid of implicating the sect. Now you can return. Sure. Nianqi nodded hurriedly. Su Zimo remained silent. Why don't you follow us to the demon region? Monkey grinned. When we came out this time round, the spirit tiger used the demon ceiling diagram and brought almost everyone from Howling Moon Mountain that can fight. If we head to the North region's Wild Lion Ridge, we can dominate the place and become territorial lords still. Territorial lords? Shaking its head, the spirit tiger pouted and said in an arrogant manner, Since we're all here, we've got to become overlords no matter what. That's right. This time round, Monkey did not retort the spirit tiger. Jiaoxue smiled without saying anything. Be it Wild Lion Ridge or Ethereal Peak, they were both in the North region. As long as he was in the North region, there would definitely be opportunities for them to meet. Su Zimo did not reply the entire time. He merely looked in a direction and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he smiled apologetically. I have to go somewhere else and leave for a period of time. Where? Is it dangerous? Xiaoning asked hurriedly with a worried expression. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled. There's no one else there. It's very safe. After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and said slowly with a resolute gaze, There's something that needs to be done. What? Everyone asked instinctively. Deduce the martial Tao. Su Zimo said word by word. Everyone was shocked. They were clear about Su Zimo's Tao heart. The entire cultivation world knew that Desolate Martial wanted to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. However, everyone was even clearer about how tough that path was. He was creating a path that no one had ever walked before. He was going to deduce his own Tao and dermic arts. That's way too difficult. In a rare moment of speech, Night Spirit said while shaking his head gently. Throughout history, countless wise sages and experts tried this Tao and expended their lifespans, but to no avail. Moreover, Su Zimo was only at the void reversion realm. That's right. Su Zimo smiled gently. That's why I don't know when I'll be able to return. Where are you going, young master? Nianqi asked. The Tao Inheritance Ground, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. I want to enter the Tao Inheritance Ground again. There are many ancient inheritances there that I haven't comprehended yet. After obtaining those inheritances, I'll fuse them with my life, what I've seen, heard, learned, and understood. I'll do my best to deduce the martial Tao. This was the result of Su Zimo's careful consideration. His current cultivation was already at the perfected void reversion realm. As for the Tao Inheritance Ground, it was a separate dimension with many seals. If he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he would not be able to enter it. This was his final chance. This time round, no one tried to persuade or stop him. That was Su Zimo's Tao heart. He had to do it. It wasn't easy for us brothers to get together. Now we're going to separate again. The spirit tiger was a little frustrated. It's not like he's going to some dangerous place. We'll meet again sooner or later. Monkey was rather carefree about it. Let's take a walk around Wild Lion Ridge then. If we're in a good mood, we'll take over it and stay for a period of time. Once you're out, look for us at the Wild Lion Ridge. Things will definitely move smoothly at the mention of our names. Sure. Su Zimo laughed and turned to ask. What are your plans, Xiaoning? I'll stay in the North region for a period of time first and see if the Witch-Gu calamity will resurface. Xiaoning held Ji Yaoxua's arm. I can accompany Sister Yaoxua as well. If the North region is fine, I'll head back to Elixir Young Sect to take a look. Yes, it's been more than 100 years since you've been back as well. It's time for you to head back. Su Zimo nodded. The Great Zhou dynasty had fused with 3 dynasties and there were many political matters to attend to. Naturally, Ji Yaoxua chose to stay in the Great Zhou dynasty. Nianqi returned to Ethereal Peak. Everyone knew their paths and in the blink of an eye, it was time to part. Young master. Right then, a timid voice sounded. Everyone turned towards the sound. In the crowd, a boy looked down at Su Zimo. His cheeks were flushed red as though he was nervous. Pinching the corner of his shirt, he asked softly, Where am I going? Little Tao Yao, of course you're coming with us. Qing Qing pinched Tao Yao's tender cheeks and said with a smile, You're a demon. If you follow us, we'll bring you to live a good life. Tao Yao's face flushed even redder, but he said nothing. Su Zimo smiled and asked, Where do you want to go? See, can I follow you to that Tao Inheritance Ground, young master? Tao Yao asked expectantly, blinking his sparkling eyes. No. Su Zimo shook his head. It was not because he was heartless. The Tao Inheritance Ground was restricted by the wills of mighty figures. Tao Yao's blood qi and dermic powers would be restricted upon entering, and that would not be beneficial to this child. Furthermore, the place he was headed to was a forbidden ground in the Tao Inheritance Ground that no one else could enter. Oh. Tao Yao was slightly disappointed. Su Zimo said, Why don't you follow Qing Qing and the others to Wild Lion Ridge? Tao Yao tilted his head slightly, seemingly in deep thought. After a moment, he asked, If I leave, who will protect the grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunties of Pingyang Town? Upon hearing that question, Su Zimo's gaze at Tao Yao turned even gentler. Nobody. He shook his head. I'll stay here then. I'll stay in Pingyang Town, Tao Yao said seriously. Qing Qing said, But how lonely will you be as the only demon? I won't. Tao Yao revealed an innocent smile. The grandpas and grandmas in the town are very nice to me. They're not afraid of me and even told me many things about young master in the past. The elders of Pingyang Town were extremely grateful towards the Su family, and the second young master of the Su family. When Su Hong was king, he protected Pingyang Town from the flames of war. Later on, when the allied army of the 3 dynasties invaded, second young Master Su appeared and buried the allied army of the three dynasties in Sanglang mountain range. In the town, he killed many nascent souls that were chasing after him. Many people witnessed that scene. Some of the children back then were more than 100 years old by now. They were now the elderly of Pingyang Town. In fact, they were even vaguely aware that the reason why Pingyang Town was able to survive in this chaotic world was because of second young Master Su. The stories of the Su family and the legend of second young Master Su ascending to immortality were passed down from their ancestors. "All right." Su Zimo caressed Tao Yao's forehead and said gently, "Stay in Pingyang Town and wait for my return." "Ugh!" Tao Yao's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Chapter 1190 Entering the Cemetery Again. Chapter 1190 Entering the Cemetery Again. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others were gathered together and had not gone far. They were looking in the direction of the old capital of Yan country hundreds of kilometers away, waiting for the final outcome. Before long, a violent fluctuation came from the direction of the old capital. The spirit consciousness barrier and spatial seal on the outer perimeter had been removed and the outline of a dilapidated city could be vaguely seen. "It's over." The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the 6 conjoined body mighty figures had already killed Su Zimo and the others before unlocking the spatial seal. Desolate Marshal establishing his Tao? Strongest monster incarnate in history? He can't escape the fate of being killed either. The sect master of Yin Ghost sect sneered. Desolate Marshal's death can be considered as a weight lifted off our shoulders. The sect master of Blood Mist sect chuckled and shook his head. Given that lad's talent, it's hard to imagine what level he will reach if he was allowed to continue growing. That's right. If he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, even the 6 conjoined body mighty figures might not be able to kill him. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult agreed deeply. Unfortunately, a monster incarnate of a generation was killed just like that. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect lamented. The Murong clan's matriarch shook her head in pity as well. In reality, after witnessing Desolate Marshal with their own eyes, they were already subdued by his bearing and were unwilling to be his enemy. To think that Desolate Marshal would still be doomed to end in such a tragic state. "Let's go," the sect master of Stellar Luna sect said. "Now that Desolate Marshal is dead, the patriarch of the Dragon Burial Valley is probably about to head out. I wonder what sort of chaos is about to happen in the north region." "Yes." The Murong clan's matriarch nodded and turned, prepared to leave. Right then, she swept her gaze and could not help but exclaim softly. She paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yen country with a confused expression. The sect masters of the upper sects and leaders of the other aristocratic families noticed this as well. A spirit vessel rose from the old capital and sped over. This? The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect frowned slightly. It was definitely not Elderbone's spirit and the others on the spirit vessel. Given the capabilities of conjoined body mighty figures, there was no need for them to ride on a spirit vessel. Furthermore, the speed of the spirit vessel would not be that slow either. Could Elderbone's spirit and the others have shown mercy to spare some unimportant people? While everyone was pondering, the spirit vessel approached. Figures stood at the bow of the spirit vessel. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others focused their gazes and could not help but be shocked. Instinctively, they opened their mouths with disbelief in their eyes. The leader of the spirit vessel was dressed in green robes with black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. He had delicate features. It was Tao being Desolate Marshal who was supposed to be dead. How could this be? What were Elderbone's spirit and the others doing? If Desolate Marshal was not dead, why did Elderbone's spirit and the others remove the spirit consciousness barrier and release the spatial seal, allowing Desolate Marshal and the others to leave? The sect masters of Dragon Tiger sect, Blood Mist sect and the others glared at the figure on the spirit vessel with widened eyes. A guess flashed through their minds. However, that guess was way too shocking and impossible. Right then, the figure on the spirit vessel bowed slightly and looked over with a hint of mockery in his pitch-black eyes. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others panicked. In fact, they did not even dare to meet Suzumo's gaze. The spirit vessel passed over their heads quickly without stopping. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others exchanged glances and hurried off, heading towards the old capital of Yen country. They wanted to head over and see what was going on. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect and the others followed curiously as well. Before long, many sect masters of upper sects and leaders of aristocratic families arrived above the old capital and looked down at the corpses in the ruins. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others turned pale as their bodies swayed. Dead? All 6 conjoined body mighty figures were dead without exception. A chill ran down the back of the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others when they recalled the look in desolate Marshall's eyes. They did not know what exactly happened in the old capital. However, they knew one thing: the attempt to kill him this time round was an extremely stupid decision. On the spirit vessel, Suzumo did not attack the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others. Firstly, he had just engaged in a huge battle with Dao Lord Xianyu and had expended a lot of energy. He did not want to start another battle. Secondly, the death of 6 conjoined body mighty figures was already a huge loss for these upper sects and aristocratic families. Furthermore, the 6 mighty figures were no longer related to the sect. There was no way he could kill all the sect masters of the upper sects just because of the mighty figures. Of course, this matter would not end just like that. He would remember this debt and settle it in the future. Monkey and the others were reluctant and did not leave first. They insisted on sending Suzumo to Dragon Burial Valley before parting ways. Nobody was in a hurry to travel as they chatted merrily on the spirit vessel. Although the spirit vessel was slow, it still arrived at the edge of Dragon Burial Valley after more than 10 days. All right, there's no need to send me further. Turning around to look at everyone, Suzumo smiled and cupped his fists. I have no idea when I'll return upon leaving. Everyone take care. Young master, Little Fox called out gently with reddened eyes. She was on the brink of tears at their imminent parting. Slapping his forehead, Suzumo took out a pitch-black metal barrier from his storage bag and stuffed it into Little Fox's hands. He smiled. I almost forgot that I haven't returned this fire-blocking basket to you. Pausing for a moment, he pinched her on the nose gently and teased. Are you feeling sad because you're worried I'll leave with your treasure? No way. Little Fox laughed through her tears and harumphed. Zimo, be careful. If anything doesn't work out, don't force yourself. Ji Yaoshua reminded with a gentle expression. Yes. Suzumo nodded and turned around. Waving his hand, he leaped down the Dragon Burial Valley. In order to enter the Dao inheritance ground, one had to possess the strength of the conjoined body realm to break through the spatial barrier. Goddess True Jade's whereabouts were unknown, and she had already left. In the North region, the only way to meet that requirement now was to return to the Dragon Burial Valley. Suzumo entered the ancient temple and went straight to the backyard. Monk Yuanbei was sitting there. The red-headed ghost was not far away as well. Beside the two of them, there was a gigantic black vortex that was dark and deep. It blew with a cold wind that led to an unknown place. It seemed like the two of them had been waiting for a long time. Have you decided? Monk Yuanbei asked. Yes. Suzumo nodded. This is the best opportunity. Monk Yuanbei pointed to the black vortex beside him and nodded with a smile. Go on. I hope that you can witness the descent of the martial Dao before I pass away. Definitely. After bidding farewell to Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost, Suzumo leaped into the black vortex. After a moment of dizziness, he descended into a space that was filled with a savage aura. Not far away, there was a region that was filled with a biting cold wind. It was the Three Tribulations domain. Suzumo took a deep breath and walked in. He had once passed the test of the Three Tribulations domain. Now that he crossed it once more, he faced no resistance. In no time, he had already arrived at the center of the Three Tribulations domain, Stone Statue Cemetery. Chapter 1191 Arrival of the Witch Race. Chapter 1191 Arrival of the Witch Race. Looking at the 32 inheritance stone statues in the cemetery, Su Zimo smiled gently and murmured, "I'm back again." As though they sensed something, the inheritance stone statues shone with beams of light that shot into the skies, illuminating one another in a spectacular manner. Those who could leave their inheritance in the cemetery were all top-tier figures who dominated the ancient era. For example, although half-martial Ancestor Imperial Sky of the Fiend Sex died, he left behind the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra and nearly made use of Su Zimo's Tao Heart to reincarnate a second time. What sort of capabilities were those? Furthermore, there were inheritances from the immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Sects in the cemetery. If he could comprehend all 30-odd inheritances, his comprehension of the immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos would reach an unimaginable level. There was another important reason why Su Zimo was prepared to deduce the martial Tao in this cemetery. Before long, he stopped in front of an inheritance stone statue. The cultivator who left behind the inheritance stone statue was also a half-martial ancestor back then, and his Tao title was instant. Time sped up within 5 feet of the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. A day outside was a year here. Back then, Su Zimo relied on the 15 years of cultivation here to break through to the void reversion realm, and kill many titular disciples and Diin. He was clear that it might take up to 1,000 years just to inherit the 30-odd legacies here in the cemetery. Furthermore, he had to exhaust his mental energy to deduce the martial Tao. That would take even longer. Perhaps such a long time would not affect him much. However, there could be a massive change in Tianhuang mainland. How many major events had happened in the cultivation world in the past 100 years, let alone 1,000 years? The blood-colored ghost face appeared. The god, Rakshasa and even witch race had all appeared. All signs indicated that a storm was about to descend upon Tianhuang mainland, possibly restoring the chaotic situation of the ancient era where everyone was in danger. At that time, most cultivators might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone weak mortals. If he had truly spent thousands of years away, even if he managed to divine the martial Tao and return, the world would have changed. Therefore, Su Zimo intended to make use of the 5 feet area beneath his feet to divine. Even if 1,000 years passed here, it would only be 3 years on Tianhuang mainland. This was equivalent to stealing the heavenly secrets. Of course, if Su Zimo was here, time would definitely leave a mark on him. In other words, although only 3 years would have passed on Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo would have spent 1,000 years of his lifespan here. One had to pay a price if they wanted to steal the heavenly secrets. Let's begin. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and exchanged glances with the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. 2 divine lights burst forth from the eyes of the stone statue and entered Su Zimo's eyes as a long-lost cultivation technique gradually entered his mind. Deep at night, at the intersection of the North region and the Middle Continent, in a vast forest, ferocious beasts roamed and birds covered the skies. Countless ferocious beasts fought and let out deafening roars. Right then, 13 figures descended into the forest. The cries in the forest gradually subsided. Before long, silence ensued. All the ferocious beasts on the ground seemed to be stunned by a sinister aura and did not dare to make a single sound. Any demon beast with some cultivation would be extremely sharp towards danger. They knew that an unimaginably terrifying existence had arrived in the forest. This was a fear and suppression from the depths of their bloodlines. The bright moonlight shone on the 13 figures and shone with a faint green light, resembling ghosts in the night. The 13 figures wore green robes and large hoods that covered their faces. Even if someone was here, they would not be able to make out their appearances. Their leader was leaning on a white, creepy walking stick. It was dark under the hood and there were 2 faint green lights shining from it. It was breathtaking, like ghost fires burning in a cemetery. "Elder Scorpion, we've already arrived in the North region. Should we head straight to the Dragon Bone Valley?" a figure asked softly. "There's no rush," the cultivator named Elder Scorpion said slowly with a hoarse voice. "The young master died in the Dragon Bone Valley, so we'll definitely head there." The dragon race has to be accountable for that. Pausing for a moment, Elder Scorpion said, For now, let's head elsewhere first. Where? 10,000 Goose Swamp, Elder Scorpion said. The young master followed a remnant of the witch race who was from Goose Sect. Now that the young master is dead, everyone from Goose Sect will have to die with him. Although Elder Scorpion's tone was calm, his words were filled with killing intent. Those 13 figures were from the witch race of the primordial 9 races. Just as those witches were about to leave, a faint sound of crickets echoed from the forest beneath their feet. The face beneath Elder Scorpion's hood frowned and he suddenly asked, You guys haven't left the ghost-cursed tomb before. It must be difficult holding it in, right? Yes. The witches behind him replied. Elder Scorpion said indifferently, The crickets in the forest are disturbing me. Attack and kill all the living beings in the forest. All right. The witches behind Elder Scorpion replied excitedly. An hour later, after the 13 witches left, the forest behind them was already strewn with corpses and rivers of blood with a torrential blood stench. Half a month later, at the 10,000 Goose Swamp, the 13 witches descended. Everyone looked down at the charred ground beneath their feet and exclaimed softly. This was the place of Goose Sect, but now, it was reduced to a charred ruin, as though all living beings were burned to ashes by a fire. How could this be? Someone destroyed Goose Sect before us. Elder Scorpion released his spirit consciousness and scanned for a long time. There were no signs of life within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Elder Scorpion descended and passed through the charred ground, arriving at a dried-up pool underground. He sniffed and narrowed his eyes. It's the aura of a divine spring. Unfortunately, someone else got their hands on it first. A witch said softly. What happened here? What has the fire here got to do with the young master? A few witches frowned and asked. Let me take a look. Elder Scorpion extended a withered arm from his wide sleeves and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Finally, he tapped his glabella and spat out a strange word. A sinister energy fluctuation spread out. It was as though time was reversing in front of Elder Scorpion. The ruins vanished and countless structures of Goose Sect were erected once more, revealing the 10,000 Goose Swamp. Such methods were truly shocking. He saw a huge fire. A green-robed cultivator conjured hand seals and released terrifying flames that burned hundreds of kilometers into the distance, burning the goo worms in the 10,000 Goose Swamp to death. He merely glanced at the cultivator briefly. That was because he was completely drawn in by another scene. He saw an extremely terrifying figure that could not have existed in this world. Chapter 1192 Scale. Chapter 1192 Scale. Psst! Elder Scorpion's heart skipped a beat and he gasped. His palm trembled and the dermic art that he had just conjured dissipated instantly. How was that possible? How could a bloodline from that race still exist? Elder Scorpion's eyes were filled with shock and his aura was unstable. Elder, what happened? Sensing the abnormality in Elder Scorpion, a witch hurried forward and asked softly. Elder Scorpion closed his eyes and remained silent, merely panting slowly to compose himself. Was he seeing things? He was still in disbelief as he recalled what he had seen. The dermic art he released earlier on was incomplete and was close to a divine power. Even with his capabilities, he could only rely on the remnant memories of this place to trace back to what happened. It was already impossible for him to release that dermic art again and catch a clear glimpse of that terrifying figure. He could only recall through his memories. There was no mistake. Even if he was in a daze and did not manage to catch sight of that figure clearly, there was no way he could be mistaken about the aura that came from the primordial era. Even after the sands of time had passed, the aura emitted by that figure still gave him shudders. It was a shuddering feeling. It was like a rat meeting a cat. Even if he wanted to resist, he could not. To his relief, the figure had yet to truly grow. Elder Scorpion's expression darkened. Still worried, he released his spirit consciousness and scanned the surroundings carefully. He did not miss out on anything, even beneath the scorched earth and cracks of the ruins. A long time later, his body shuddered and he arrived beside a ruin of rocks in a flash. Waving his sleeves, he sent many rocks above flying, creating a huge pit. Thereafter, he bent down and removed his hood, revealing a pair of ghastly green eyes that glared at the huge pit before him. There was nothing else there but a black scale lying quietly. Even though it was buried by the ruins, the scale was still shiny without any scratches. It was only when he saw the scale that Elder Scorpion was certain that the bloodline still existed. Furthermore, it was growing stealthily. This was a huge matter. The death of the young master caused a huge stir in the witch race. However, if word of this were to spread, the entire witch race would explode. "Elder Scorpion, what's wrong?" A witch walked forward and stuck his head out, asking curiously. Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness moved and he put away the scale instantly. He had no intention of telling the younger generation of the witch race behind him about this for the time being lest they panic. "It's fine," he replied casually without batting an eyelid. "Where should we go next?" the witch asked again. "Dragon Bone Valley." Initially, Elder Scorpion wanted to make use of the secret skill of the witch race to trace the aura left behind by the young master and check out where the latter had been. However, since this discovery, he could only change his plan at the last minute. They would head to the Dragon Bone Valley right away to resolve that matter as soon as possible before returning to the sect. Without hesitation, Elder Scorpion ordered and everyone from the witch race stood up to leave. 3 days later, Dragon Bone Valley. The dragon true body was cultivating in seclusion within its lair. The spirit refinement technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Yin and Yang spirit sections, came from the Dragon King Desolate Ocean. The words of the dragon race within were difficult to understand. Prior to this, Su Zimo's cultivation speed was extremely slow and he stumbled. However, after coming to the dragon race, he learned the dragon race's language and cultivated some basic aura cultivation techniques of the dragon race. Many of the confusion in the Yin and Yang spirit sections were easily resolved. It now took him half the effort to cultivate the 2 cultivation techniques. In the span of a mere 11 years in the Dragon Bone Valley, Su Zimo's cultivation had improved tremendously, and he was even at the perfected void reversion realm. This day, Su Zimo was awakened by a voice transmission. He had already instructed that nobody was to disturb his seclusion if nothing major happened within the clan. Now that someone was calling for him, it meant that something major had happened to the dragon race. Su Zimo pushed the doors open and walked out. Long Xie was standing at the entrance with an anxious expression. When she saw Su Zimo come out, she said hurriedly, "Not good, the witch race has arrived." "Which race?" A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The reason why the witch race came to the dragon race at this time should be because of the young master of the witch race. Long Xie continued, "I heard that the mighty figure of the witch race leading them has terrifying combat strength and has been famous for a long time. He's older than most of the elders in the race. Many elders of the race are receiving them at the Divine Dragon Hall and they want you to join them." "I've got it." Su Zimo nodded and was about to move. "Long Xie." Long Xie hesitated for a moment and instructed, "Be careful when you're in the hall. Don't go against this mighty figure of the witch race." "What's wrong?" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked instead. "As the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, would the witch race dare to attack and kill me in the Dragon Bone Valley?" Long Xie shook her head. "That won't happen. Don't worry, the dragon race protects their own. The elders will definitely protect you." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, a young master of the witch race with a noble status has died after all. It's not easy to explain this matter either. You might have to suffer a little, but it'll pass after a while." Su Zimo nodded and did not say anything more, heading to the Divine Dragon Hall with Long Xie. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Even before he entered the hall, Su Zimo already felt waves of pressure. On the main seat opposite the entrance sat 5 figures with powerful auras. They were elders of the 5 lineages of the dragon race. The arrival of the 5 elders was clear proof of how highly they regarded the witch race. Among them was Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, who held Su Zimo in high regards. The other 4 elders looked familiar as well. The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage was Long Zhong. Prior to this, he tried to force Su Zimo to hand over Baron and the Reverse Scale's secret skills. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. At that moment, Long Zhong's expression was grim as he glared at Su Zimo coldly and harumphed. A figure sat at the bottom right of the 5 elders. He was extremely young and wore green-blue armor. With a burning gaze and a straight back, he sat there with a mighty aura that could almost match the 5 elders. Young dragons like Long Xie could only stand in the Divine Dragon Hall. However, this dragon was not only sitting. Furthermore, his seat was only beneath the 5 elders. That was because he was the number 1 of the Heavenly Dragon ranking and the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, Long Tsang. Opposite him, an old man in green robes sat to the left of the 5 elders. The old man's hair was thin, and he wielded a white walking stick in his left hand. His cheeks were gaunt, and his eyes were deep with a green glint. The most prominent feature of the witch race was their green eyes. The deeper the green color, the purer the bloodline of the witch race. Behind the old witch stood 12 juniors of the witch race. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. That was because apart from those people, there was another person lying in the middle of the hall. However, it was a dead man. It was the young master of the witch race. Chapter 1193 Confrontation in the Hall. Chapter 1193 Confrontation in the Hall. The moment Su Zimo appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall, he attracted gazes. The eyes of the dozens of witches were filled with hostility and killing intent. Su Zimo believed that if they were not in the Dragon Bone Valley, those witches might have charged forward and torn him into pieces. The old man from the witch race who was sitting turned over, and his green eyes suddenly rippled. He narrowed his gaze and glared at Su Zimo's face. He seemed to have seen that appearance somewhere before. The old man from the witch race pondered for a moment, and a thought flashed through his mind. 10,000 Gu Swamp. The cultivator who released the flames. When he used his secret skill to retrace the past, he vaguely remembered that the green-robed cultivator looked like this. Of course, he was not certain either. After all, he had merely caught a fleeting glance and his attention was drawn over by another terrifying figure. Furthermore, he vaguely remembered that the cultivator had green robes and black hair. However, the person before him was clad in blazing battle armor and had shoulder-length scarlet hair. Their auras were completely different as well. "Who are you?" the old man of the witch race asked slowly. "He's Long Zhu, the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 stood up and nodded to Su Zimo, reassuring the latter. He introduced. "This is Elder Scorpion of the witch race." "In that case, you were the one who killed our young master?" Elder Scorpion asked. "Yes." Su Zimo entered the hall fearlessly. "Why did you set the 10,000 Gu Swamp on fire?" Elder Scorpion glared at Su Zimo fixedly, and suddenly changed the topic. The questioning technique was extremely ingenious. He did not ask if Su Zimo had been to the 10,000 Gu Swamp. Instead, he asked directly why Su Zimo set the 10,000 Gu Swamp on fire. It would give Su Zimo the illusion that he already knew everything. If Su Zimo had been to the 10,000 Gu Swamp and set the fire, his expression would definitely reveal flaws and his mind would waver. Unfortunately, the one who had been to the 10,000 Gu Swamp was the Green Lotus True Body. His dragon True Body did not know about that matter. When he heard Elder Scorpion's sudden question, Su Zimo was stunned and could not react in time. Noticing the slight change in Su Zimo's expression, Elder Scorpion could not help but wonder internally. "Could I have thought too much?" "Elder Scorpion, what are you talking about?" Illumination Dragon Elder 4 asked with a frown, puzzled. Elder Scorpion turned to look at the Elder of the 5 lineages in the middle and pointed at Su Zimo. "Did he leave the Dragon Bone Valley a year ago?" "Absolutely not." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 shook his head in denial. The elders of the other 4 dragon lineages shook their heads as well. Even if the Horned Dragon Elder, Longzhong, had some animosity towards Su Zimo, he had to admit that the latter had been in the Dragon Bone Valley for the past few years. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult for any dragon to want to leave the valley. Su Zimo was not qualified. Elder Scorpion nodded and let the matter go for the time being. There were no emotions on his bark-like face. Without any warning, he turned around once more. There was a strange power in his eyes that seemed to penetrate Su Zimo's body and strike his Tao heart. Su Zimo was expressionless, but his heart skipped a beat. The witch race specialized in beguiling techniques. This was the first time he had seen a technique that could break a cultivator's Tao heart with a single glance. This was indeed a secret skill of the witch race. If a cultivator's Tao heart was slightly imperfect, there was a high chance that their foundation would waver against that gaze and they might even end up losing their mind in their future cultivation. If a cultivator's Tao heart had any flaws, that gaze would be able to destroy their minds completely. That power was almost impossible to detect and defend against. Unfortunately, although Su Zimo's body possessed the bloodline of the dragon race, his Tao heart was the same. It was unshakable, and even the 3 tribulations domain could not sway it. The strange power descended and dissipated without causing any ripples on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo's expression was calm and composed. A hint of surprise flickered through Elder Scorpion's eyes briefly. It seemed as though nothing had happened throughout the process. However, those with sharper eyes were clear that Su Zimo had just experienced immense danger. If he did not deal with it correctly, the best outcome would be for his Tao heart to waver and his cultivation to be stuck in the future. If it was bad, there was a high chance that his Tao heart would have collapsed on the spot. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 broke out in cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Scorpion merely cast a single glance this time round. Even then, Elder 4 could not even stop the former. Furthermore, that power was untraceable, and he did not know how he should interfere even if he wanted to. Thankfully, Su Zimo defended himself. Illumination Dragon Elder 4's expression darkened. Elder Scorpion, as a conjoined body expert, don't you think that it's shameful for you to attack a junior of the dragon race? Hee hee. Elder Scorpion chuckled dryly. It's just a small test. If this junior can't defend against it, he can only blame his shallow cultivation. That's easy for you to say. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sneered. If he failed to defend, there was a high chance his cultivation would have been crippled by you. That warmed Su Zimo's heart. No matter what, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 truly had his best intentions at heart. Furthermore, he had caused huge trouble by killing the young master of the witch race. The fact that Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was so domineering when the witch race came to question him was proof of how much the Illumination Dragon lineage valued him. That's enough. The Horned Dragon Elder, Longzhong, waved his hand. We called this lad here because we have important matters to discuss. Don't harp on this matter. Furthermore, isn't he fine? The elders of the other 3 lineages nodded as well. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 harumphed and said nothing more. Elder Scorpion chuckled but did not let it go. Instead, he glared at Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and asked, So what if he's crippled? Our young master of the witch race is already dead. Which of you dragons is going to pay for this blood debt? It did not matter which of the primordial 9 races it was, the death of a young master was a monumental event. Even the death of an ordinary clansman of the primordial 9 races could bring about a calamity. The might of the wrath of the primordial 9 races was clear judging from the catastrophe that befell the great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago. If this matter was not handled properly, there was a high chance that the dragon and witch race would end up on bad terms. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice. There's more to this matter. Furthermore, your young master of the witch race was the one who released an essence spirit secret skill on Long Zhu first. Long Zhu was forced to retaliate before killing him by accident. It was definitely not intentional. Oh? Elder Scorpion said coolly. Not intentional? That's easy for you to say. Is the dragon race implying that our young master of the witch race deserved to die? Elder Scorpion, there's no need to get angry, the Blue Dragon Elder said. The elders of the 5 lineages still took the Blue Dragon Elder as the leader. The Blue Dragon Elder pondered for a moment. Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage did not mean that. He merely said that this should be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Elder Scorpion stood up slowly with a dark expression. The young master of the witch race came to your dragon race as a guest but was killed here by someone from your dragon race. Are you telling me now that this is a misunderstanding? The most amusing thing is that the explanation of your dragon race is that our young master of the witch race attacked this lad first. In that case, let me ask you, why would our young master come to the Dragon Bone Valley to kill a dragon? Chapter 1194 Challenge. Chapter 1194 Challenge. This? The Blue Dragon Elder shook his head. We don't know either. Although they knew about the conflict between Su Zimo and the young master of the witch race, they did not know why the latter attacked him. Su Zimo was probably the only one who knew the reason behind it. Long Tsang glanced sideways at Su Zimo deeply. He had already noticed that something was amiss back then, and it was not surprising that the witch race elder thought about it. Elder Scorpion said, "This is the Dragon Bone Valley. Even a fool knows what will happen if he attacks a dragon. Did my young master go mad and wanted to court death? Is the dragon race going to use such a ridiculous reason to dodge the question?" Illumination Dragon Elder 4 took a deep breath and said, "Although it sounds ridiculous, there were many dragons present at the time and everyone saw it clearly. Would I believe such words?" Elder Scorpion sneered. "This means that you're telling me that the young master of my race came all the way to Dragon Bone Valley to commit suicide. We are all part of the primordial 9 races, and you are all reasonable people," he continued indifferently. "I'd like to ask everyone if you would let the young master of the dragon race run to our race's ghost-cursed tomb and die there for no reason. Would you let things go if we gave you such an explanation?" The elders of the 5 lineages exchanged glances without saying anything. The Blue Dragon Elder pondered for a moment. "Elder Scorpion, now that things have come to this, there won't be any outcome even if we insist on our claims. What do you want? Why don't you say it? My race's young master died. Naturally, the murderer has to pay with his life," Elder Scorpion said slowly. "That's impossible," Illumination Dragon Elder 4 denied flatly. Elder Scorpion opened his mouth and revealed a few lone yellow teeth. "The fact that we're only asking the dragon race to repay the death of our young master with a single life is already the most we can compromise. If the young master had died outside, it won't be enough even if millions of living beings were buried with him." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 shook his head. "Don't even think about it. Long Zhu is the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage and will definitely not pay with his life." Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. As a junior of the dragon race, he did not have the chance to speak either. Right from the beginning, it was Illumination Dragon Elder 4 who protected him and fought against Elder Scorpion without being disadvantaged. Interesting. Elder Scorpion glanced at Su Zimo and sniffed in the air before saying with a fake smile, "If I'm not wrong, the dragon blood in Long Zhu's body is not pure at all." The expressions of the elders of the 5 lineages changed slightly. That was indeed the truth. Up till now, Su Zimo was still unable to conjure a complete dragon form. Elder Scorpion said, "The dragon race has already fallen so badly. To think that a remnant beast with an impure bloodline would become a young master." The moment he said that, the elders of the 5 lineages looked terrible. The Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, harumphed coldly. "That's a matter of the Illumination Dragon lineage. There's no such situation among the other 4 dragon lineages. In that case, what's wrong with sacrificing the life of a remnant beast with an impure bloodline for our young master?" Elder Scorpion said. "Why? Is there really no one else from the Illumination Dragon lineage that you have to depend on this remnant beast?" The elders of the Blue, Winged and Hornless Dragon lineages did not say anything. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing inappropriate about using a remnant of the dragon race in exchange for a friendship with the witch race and ending this conflict. It was definitely worth it. However, this remnant of the dragon race was different. Firstly, he was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Secondly, he was the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Most importantly, the Illumination Dragon lineage thought highly of this lad. Whether or not they would accede to the request depended on the Illumination Dragon lineage. Therefore, the elders of the 3 lineages said nothing. However, the Horned Dragon elder, Long Zhong, was tempted. In my opinion, no! Illumination Dragon Elder 4 could already read Long Zhong's mind and rejected him before he could finish. The witch race can discuss any compensation and conditions they want. However, he's the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. It's impossible for him to die. Illumination Dragon Elder 4's tone was resolute and unquestionable. The situation was in a stalemate. Elder Scorpion's expression darkened completely as well. Long Tsung did not say anything the entire time. It was not that he was not qualified. He possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, and his status in the hall was almost on par with the elders of the 5 lineages. The reason why he did not say anything was because he did not agree with Elder Scorpion's suggestion either. The life of the young master of the witch race was precious. However, the lives of those of the dragon race were not cheap either. It was impossible to repay a life with a life. Although he declared that he wanted to suppress Su Zimo, deep in his heart, he thought highly of the latter. In fact, he even wanted Su Zimo to grow before he defeated the latter. I am Wu Xie and I have a doubt. Right then, a witch stood out from behind Elder Scorpion. The person named Wu Xie had a dark expression and a cold gaze. He looked at Su Zimo and asked, "You're just a bastard with an impure bloodline. Your cultivation realm is only at the void reversion realm, the same level as my young master. I want to know how a bastard child like you managed to kill our young master in a single move." Someone had long reported the situation to the witch race. That was the reason why Wu Xie said that. Elder Scorpion did not stop him, as though he was waiting for an answer as well. In his opinion, that was impossible as well. From what he knew, the young master of the witch race still had protection talismans and other treasures. How could he be killed in a single move? Furthermore, both of them were at the void reversion realm. The reason why the young master of the witch race could become the young master was because he was invincible among his peers and had terrifying combat strength. How could he be killed so easily? "What are you trying to say?" Su Zimo asked with a calm expression. Wu Xie declared loudly, "I'm saying that if you can't provide an answer, it will mean that it was a deliberate attempt by the dragon race to kill our young master." That was a huge accusation. The witch race could start a war against the dragon race because of this. "You want an answer? It's simple," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Your young master was weak and was killed by me in a single move." "Bullshit!" Wu Xie pointed at Su Zimo and hollered, "Bastard, there's no way you can hurt our young master!" Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Elder Scorpion's attack that struck his Dao heart without warning earlier on had already aroused his killing intent. Now that Wu Xie did not know what was good for him and scolded him as a bastard, his killing intent intensified. There were not many people who dared to speak to him like that after he established his Dao. Wu Xie stood out and glared at Su Zimo, saying slowly, "I'm also at the void reversion realm. Since you're so powerful, how about we fight to the death? It doesn't matter. Let's see what you've got that can kill our young master in a single move." Elder Scorpion remained silent and did not express anything. It was clear that he acknowledged the matter. Chapter 1195 The Dragon Race Must Not Bow Down. Chapter 1195 The Dragon Race Must Not Bow Down. Elder Scorpion praised internally. Although Wu Xie's challenge seemed reckless, it was actually a win-win situation. Wu Xie was one of the top paragons of the void reversion realm in the clan. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to accompany Elder Scorpion and travel outside. If both parties were to fight, it would be best if Wu Xie could take the opportunity to kill Long Zhu. That would be revenge for the young master. If the two of them were in a stalemate, he could stand out and accuse the dragon race after a few rounds. If Long Zhu could not even suppress Wu Xie within a few rounds, how could he kill the young master of the witch race? The dragon race schemed against the young master of the witch race and even hid the truth intentionally. If those two facts were true, it would be enough for the witch race to wage war. At that time, there was no way the dragon race would wage war against the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast. Is there a need for a life and death battle? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned slightly and asked. Elder Scorpion asked with a fake smile. This is an affair between the juniors, what are you worried about? Feeling guilty? Ha ha! Illumination Dragon Elder 4 roared in laughter and cursed the latter as an idiot internally. He was worried. However, he was not worried about Su Zimo. Instead, he was worried that Wu Xie would be killed by Su Zimo with a single move. At that time, if another witch were to die in this hall in front of everyone, the situation might turn even worse. Since the dragon race has no objections, there are some things we have to make clear beforehand, Elder Scorpion said in a deep voice. Since it's a fight between the younger generation, as seniors, there's no need for us to interfere. What do you guys think? Of course. The Blue Dragon Elder nodded. All right. Elder Scorpion glanced sideways. Wu Xie, go on. Wu Xie walked out slowly with an arrogant expression and shouted at Su Zimo. Bastard, why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid? Don't be hasty. Su Zimo smiled gently. I'll send you on your way right now to meet your young master. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo's blood chi burst forth and he arrived before Wu Xie in a flash with a torrential aura, as though a god of death had descended. You! Wu Xie's expression changed starkly. He had not expected Su Zimo to be this strong and possess such ferocious speed that the voids trembled wherever he passed. It was too fast. How terrifying was Su Zimo's blood chi and physique! After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and fusing it with dragon blood, a full power burst could cover dozens of feet in an instant. The moment Wu Xie relaxed his guard in the hall, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Poof! A single punch. Wu Xie's head exploded on the spot and his essence spirit was destroyed. Long Tsung's eyelids twitched. Apart from Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the other 4 elders were stunned as well. Elder Scorpion was about to sit back on his chair and watch the battle properly. However, he did not expect that the battle would end before he even sat down. Wu Xie, who was still alive earlier on, had turned into a headless corpse. Elder Scorpion planned everything. In fact, he was prepared for how he was going to interfere if Wu Xie was disadvantaged. However, he had not expected Wu Xie to be killed in a single round. Or rather, this could only be considered as half a round and Wu Xie did not even manage to retaliate. In reality, if he were to increase the distance between them, Wu Xie would be on guard and it would be difficult for him to be killed in a single move unless Su Zimo used any major killing moves. Wu Xie possessed the bloodline of the witch race after all. As long as he attacked with his full strength and released many secret skills of the witch race, he would be able to defend against Su Zimo's attacks. Alas, he no longer had a chance. If he said that he would kill with a single move, he would definitely make sure there was no need for a second attack. Elder Scorpion glared at Su Zimo coldly. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 came to Su Zimo's side and shielded him. I just reminded you not to engage in any life and death battles. Elder Scorpion closed his eyes for a long time before letting out a long breath. Dragon race, aren't you going to give me an explanation? What explanation do you want? Who can you blame if that person wants to die? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sneered. Elder Scorpion shook his head. I don't care about the process. I only know that the young master of my race died in your Dragon Bone Valley for no reason. I came to demand an explanation, yet you guys killed another of my clansmen. Everyone, what do you think the witch race will do if word of this spreads? Elder Scorpion said sternly. Does the dragon race intend to wage war against the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast with an impure bloodline? Apart from Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the elders of the other 4 lineages fell silent. The Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, had a feud with Su Zimo to begin with. That was secondary. The elders of the other 3 lineages did not have much feelings towards Su Zimo either. Su Zimo had only entered the Dragon Bone Valley for 11 years. Was it worth it to wage war against the witch race for a remnant beast that merely entered the Dragon Bone Valley 11 years ago? That was ridiculous. Although the dragon race was indeed protective of their own, they would not be so unwise. Actually, Long Zhu's bloodline is impure and he did not have the chance to enter the Dragon Bone Valley initially, Long Zhong said. We already did him a huge favor allowing him to cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley. Who knew what he would go on to get into big trouble again? There's truly no reason for us to have bad blood with the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast. The Blue Dragon, Winged Dragon and Hornless Dragon elders were tempted as well. Bullshit! Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a fiery temper and shouted. Even if his bloodline is impure, he's still the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. No one can let him die! Illumination Elder 4, do you think you can shoulder the responsibility of implicating the entire dragon race because of a remnant beast? Long Zhong shouted. Fuck your mother! Do you want to fight? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 cursed. You! Long Zhong soared up with a murderous aura as well. Interesting. Elder Scorpion rubbed his palms and laughed. The fact that the dragon race can fight because of a remnant beast is truly a rare sight for the primordial 9 races. Alright, both of you, quiet down. You'll be a joke to others. The Blue Dragon Elder frowned. After a moment of silence, he glanced sideways and asked, Long Tsang, what do you think? No. Long Tsang glanced at Su Zimo and said firmly, He's not an ordinary remnant. He's the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. How can he be used to repay a life? The dragon race must not bow down. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Tsang's words carried a lot of weight. Even if he was on opposing ends with Su Zimo, there were some things he was clear about. No matter what, you guys owe the witch race an explanation, Elder Scorpion said. Our young master and another clansman died in the hands of a remnant beast. Does the dragon race want me to return empty-handed? The Blue Dragon Elder asked. What do you want? Elder Scorpion said indifferently. Since that's the case, I'll take a compromise. Slay that person's right arm and I'll take it back to the witch race with an explanation. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. A compromise on both parties with just a lost arm on Long Zhu. At the same time, a war with the witch race could be avoided. This was the best outcome that would please everyone. After all, the death of the young master of the witch race was no small matter. If the young master of the dragon race were to die in the witch race, the dragon race would not let things go so easily. This time round, even Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said nothing. Chapter 1196 A Desperate Move. Chapter 1196 A Desperate Move. At this point, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 could no longer persist. Using an arm in exchange for the life of the young master of the witch race and avoiding a war, that was the best solution. Child, you'll have to suffer. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and sighed helplessly. The Blue Dragon Elder said, Long Zhu, sever your arm. Go back and recuperate well thereafter. If there's nothing else, don't come out for now. You want my arm? Su Zimo smiled and said slowly, No. The expressions of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others changed. The current situation was already the best they could do for Long Zhu. It would be ungrateful of him if he was still unsatisfied. Long Zhong sneered. This is not up to you. Don't forget who you are. The Hornless Dragon Elder shook his head gently and said in a gentle voice, Child, don't worry. Although losing an arm will affect your combat strength somewhat, you won't encounter any life and death dangers in the Dragon Bone Valley. As long as you continue cultivating and advance to the conjoined body realm, you will naturally be able to regrow your arm. I understand that. Su Zimo nodded and changed the topic. However, it's impossible if you want my arm. The divine phoenix bone was in his right arm. How could he sever it and give it to the witch race? Interesting. Elder Scorpion laughed. In my opinion, that lad's bloodline is impure and he can be considered as someone from a foreign race. He doesn't care about the safety of the dragon race at all. The reason why he did that was most likely because he wanted to sow grudges between our two races. Those words were meant to kill. Apart from Illumination Dragon Elder 4, the other elders of the dragon race had odd expressions. Everyone had to be wary of anyone that wasn't of the same race as them. Even if they did not believe it now, the seeds of doubt would be planted. Furthermore, Su Zimo's background was unknown and was suspicious to begin with. The methods of the witch race were not limited to fighting. Even through words, they carried killing potential. Long Zhong said coldly. I knew that something was off with you when you refused to hand over the secret skills previously. Now you're even trying to go against the orders of us elders. If you won't sever your arm, I'll do it personally. Long Zhong strode forward and released the terrifying might of a conjoined body, grabbing towards Su Zimo's right arm. Bang! A figure darted in and punched Long Zhong's palm. Long Zhong took 2 steps back. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was the one who interjected in time in front of Su Zimo. Illumination Elder 4, what are you doing? How dare you protect this lad still? Long Zhong glared and hollered. The Blue Dragon Elder frowned slightly as well. Illumination Elder 4, you're too protective of him. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 knew very well that he could no longer deal with the current situation. After a long silence, he said, I have to inform the Grand Elder of the Illumination Dragon lineage about this before I can make a decision. Is there a need to alarm the Grand Elder for such a small matter? The Winged Dragon Elder shook his head in disappointment as well. The Grand Elders of the 5 lineages were the most experienced existences of the dragon race and had noble statuses. They would not appear easily. Long Zhu, don't make things difficult for others. At that moment, Long Tsang stood out as well. Su Zimo smiled. The dragon race must not bow down. How can you forget what you just said in the blink of an eye? Long Tsang said in a deep voice. This is not bowing down. This is merely a step back. Oh? Su Zimo asked instead. If it was you, would you agree to having your arm severed? Fu. Long Tsang smiled. Long Zhu, you've disappointed me. You have decent talent and immense potential, but you're not qualified to compare to me. Pausing for a moment, he declared proudly. I can tell you that I won't sever my arm, or even a single finger. Furthermore, there won't be any dragon that's qualified to have me sever my arm. That's because I'm the young master of the dragon race and will reign over the 5 lineages. I remember that you're not one yet. Su Zimo smiled gently. Is there a difference? Long Tsang said indifferently. I'm the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, the number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking. Once the ceremony of the race is held, I will be conferred the title of young master. The difference is merely ceremonial. That was the truth. Almost every dragon, including the elders, had already acknowledged Long Tsang as the young master of the dragon race. However, according to the rules, the conferment of the title would have to wait till the ceremony of the dragon race took place, where there would be a fight within the race to determine the young master. However, there was no one in this generation who could threaten Long Tsang's status. In fact, no dragon would even bother to fight him at the dragon race ceremony and cause trouble for themselves. Therefore, there was indeed merely a ceremonial difference before Long Tsang was conferred the title of the young master. Su Zimo said. In other words, if I'm the young master of the dragon race, you guys won't be qualified to have me sever my arm? Long Tsang roared in laughter. Good, you want to challenge me. I admire your courage, but unfortunately, you're not qualified. You can consider fighting for the position of the young master of the dragon race after you cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm. You're still far from that. According to the rules of the dragon race, fights could only be fought within the same cultivation realm. Su Zimo was at the Void Reversion realm while Long Tsang was at the Dharma Characteristic realm. Dharma Characteristic realm. Su Zimo focused his gaze and said slowly, "It's not completely impossible." He had already cultivated to the perfected Void Reversion realm, and it was unlikely for him to advance to the Dharma Characteristic realm within a short period of time. However, there was a high chance of success in the Dragon Bone Valley with external help. A look of determination flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Elder 4, please take me to the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. I want to be baptized by it." "Ah!" A series of cries sounded from the dragons. "How is that possible?" Illumination Dragon Elder 4 denied as well. The Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar was a mythical object that originated from the primordial era in the Dragon Bone Valley, and contained a terrifyingly pure power. Every dragon had a chance to receive the baptism of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, and their physical and bloodline powers would increase tremendously, awakening their innate divine powers. However, there was a prerequisite. The dragon race had to advance to the Dharma Characteristic realm first. It did not mean that one could not accept it at the Void Reversion realm. It was because the body of a Void Reversion could not withstand the baptism of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. The baptism was extremely terrifying. Even the physique of a dragon would explode instantly. Back then, Long Tsang only underwent the baptism after entering the Dharma Characteristic realm as well. Most importantly, there was no need for the dragon race to take such a huge risk and undergo the Ancestral Dragon's baptism in advance. However, the situation that Su Zimo was in right now did not give him much time. If he wanted to advance to the Dharma Characteristic realm as soon as possible, he would have to take the risk. Furthermore, Su Zimo believed that although the other dragons could not do it, his body and bloodline that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness could withstand the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. He had that thought long ago. However, at this point of the situation, he was even more convinced of that thought. The reason why Su Zimo wanted to advance to the Dharma Characteristic realm was not only to challenge Long Tsang and resolve the current crisis. More importantly, he had a feeling that the Yang Spirit section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was not the final section. You might have left something else behind. The only way for him to find out was to advance to the Dharma Characteristic realm. Chapter 1197 Baptism. Chapter 1197 Baptism. Longzhu, are you sure? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a grim expression as he whispered. The Ancestral Dragon's baptism is extraordinary and must not be joked about. If you can't withstand it. Although he did not continue, the meaning behind his words was clear. Long Tsang frowned slightly as well and said in a deep voice, Longzhu, you had better calm down. If you take a step back now, you'll only lose an arm. However, you will lose your life if you're unable to endure the baptism of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. Although Long Tsang's words were unpleasant, it was out of goodwill. However, Su Zimo had already made up his mind and shook his head. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 no longer tried to persuade him. Interesting. Elder Scorpion did not continue pushing and smiled faintly. That's perfect. I'll be a witness as well to see how strong this generation's young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage is. Everyone, let's go. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and the others and said, A single elder of the dragon race won't be enough to activate the baptism of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. There had to be at least 5. Everyone headed towards the center of the Dragon Bone Valley. Longzhu, you were a little rash. Longxi was worried. The baptism of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar won't be so easy to endure. Some dragons fail even after entering the Dharma Characteristic realm. Since things have come to this, I can only give it a shot. Su Zimo smiled calmly with a relaxed expression. Before long, the news that Longzhu was about to receive the baptism of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar spread through the entire Dragon Bone Valley. What? Long Zhu is going to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar? Isn't he at the void reversion realm? Could he have broken through? Impossible! Look, he's still the top of the hidden dragon ranking. Long Zhu has gone mad. He's going to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar at the void reversion realm. When the news spread, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and caused an uproar. Almost all the dragons that were not in seclusion were alarmed and moved one after another, rushing towards the ancestral dragon divine pillar in the central region. Before long, more than 1,000 dragons were gathered around the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and they were densely packed with voices. The ancestral dragon divine pillar stood upright in the skies. Grayish-white in color, it gave off an ancient aura and was located right in the middle of the Dragon Bone Valley. It could be said that the valley and the habitat of the dragon race was built around the ancestral dragon divine pillar. It was clear how much this pillar meant to the dragon race. Legend has it that the stone pillar came from the immortal world and had existed since the primordial era. There was even an ancestral dragon spirit within the stone pillar. It was the lifelike five-clawed divine dragon etched on the stone pillar. Of course, there were many other legends about the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Around the ancestral dragon divine pillar was a spacious, five-pointed stone platform. At that moment, Su Zimo stood on the stone platform beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar with a calm expression and a resolute gaze. In the 5 corners of the stone platform, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and the other 5 dragon elders stood still. Long Zhu, have you decided? It's not too late to regret now. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said sternly. Once the baptism begins, even we can't stop it. If you meet with danger, no one will be able to save you. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I've made up my mind. Su Zimo nodded. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice. Everyone, let's begin. The elders of the 5 lineages exchanged glances and conjured hand seals respectively, spitting out obscure words that possessed a strange power that shook the ancestral dragon divine pillar. That was a language unique to the dragon race. The 5 elders cut their fingertips at the same time and squeezed out a drop of blood. Fusing it into their hand seals, it formed a blood beam that entered the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The ancestral dragon divine pillar could only be activated with the bloodline of the dragon race as a medium and a secret skill. None of the dragons present were unfamiliar with it. They had been in the Dragon Bone Valley for countless years and had witnessed the ancestral dragon divine pillar opening countless times. However, this was extremely novel to the witches. A witch whispered, Elder Scorpion, do you think Long Zhu will be able to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon pillar successfully? Fu! Elder Scorpion sneered. Absolutely impossible. Haven't you heard? Even that 5-clawed divine dragon was only baptized after reaching the Dharma characteristic realm. This lad's bloodline is impure. Can he compare to a 5-clawed divine dragon? Another witch explained. What if? Long Zhu is the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage after all, the witch said. This time round, Elder Scorpion said nothing. However, he sent a voice transmission secretly with his spirit consciousness. Even if that lad manages to survive, I'll be able to cripple him without anyone knowing given my capabilities. With Elder Scorpion's words, the many witches no longer had any worries. Activate! Right then, the elders of the 5 lineages shouted at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, the ancestral dragon divine pillar vibrated with a loud bang. Right in front of everyone, one of the divine dragon's claws lit up beneath its abdomen, as though it was burning with flames. Immediately after, divine dragons blazing with flames burst forth from the stone pillars and filled the skies. At a glance, they were dense and emitted a terrifying might. That scene was extremely shocking. It was all right for the dragons present, most of them had seen this before. However, the witches looked somewhat pale. The divine dragons blazing with scarlet flames circled in midair for a moment before lowering their heads and charging towards Su Zimo, who was beneath the stone pillar. Those divine dragons were formed from the dragon chi in the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The so-called baptism was the infusion of dragon chi into one's body. The dragon chi would constantly refine and nourish the body and bloodline of the dragon race, causing their combat strength to increase exponentially. Under normal circumstances, if an illumination dragon were to undergo the baptism, he would awaken the dragon chi of the illumination dragon lineage. A winged dragon would awaken the dragon chi of the winged dragon lineage. Of course, that was not absolute. If there was a dragon with exceptional talent and a pure and powerful bloodline, the ancestral dragon divine pillar would naturally sense it and awaken even more dragon chi. For example, Long Tsung possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, and the ancestral dragon divine pillar released as much dragon chi as the 5 lineages. Although the scene before them was shocking, in reality, it was merely the awakening of a single lineage's dragon chi. That was because only a single claw of the 5-clawed divine dragon etched on the stone pillar lit up. Instantly, countless scarlet divine dragons swooped down and surged into Su Zimo's body from all directions. A massive scorching power exploded within his body. Su Zimo grunted and his body swayed. That power was way too domineering and pure, almost burning every single inch of his flesh. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and a tsunami surged, attempting to contain that power. However, he turned into a gigantic flaming man before long and scarlet flames burst forth from his body. Under the baptism of the dragon chi, cracks appeared on his skin in a shocking manner. Chapter 1198 5 Lineage Dragon Chi. Chapter 1198 5 Lineage Dragon Chi. 15 minutes passed. The divine dragons blazing with scarlet flames in the skies were still endless and swooped down continuously. Su Zimo stood on the stone platform and endured the baptism of the illumination dragon chi. His body and bloodline were transforming rapidly. The baptism of the dragon chi and the blazing flames. This is going to be an extremely terrifying torture. Some illumination dragons had undergone the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar before. Therefore, they could empathize with that feeling and still had lingering fears. By the looks of it, Long Zhu won't be able to last long and will be burned to ashes. However, his body is truly strong as well. To think that he could last till now against the impact of the scarlet flame divine dragons. Just as some of the dragons were discussing, the ancestral dragon divine pillar vibrated once more. Roar! Immediately after, a dragon roar sounded. Another claw lit up on the 5-clawed divine dragon on the stone pillar. The dragons were shocked. This was a sign that a second dragon lineage's chi had been awakened. True enough. After the dragon claw lit up, streaks of green light burst forth from the stone pillar. The moment they left the stone pillar, green divine dragons were formed and coiled in midair, communicating with the scarlet flame divine dragons. The green and scarlet divine dragons swooped down at Su Zimo at the same time. Long Zhu's bloodline is so strong! Long Zhu might not be able to withstand the awakening of a single lineage's dragon chi. Now that there are dragon chi of 2 lineages descending, he's definitely dead. The dragons discussed. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had mixed emotions. In the entire Dragonbone Valley, there were less than 10 people who were qualified to awaken dragon chi of 2 lineages. Naturally, it was good that he was able to awaken the dragon chi of 2 lineages. However, that also meant that Su Zimo would have to endure twice the impact and baptism of the dragon chi. How could a void reversion's body endure the terrifying power? It wasn't easy for our Illumination Dragon lineage to produce a monster incarnate. Is he going to be destroyed just like that? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 gripped his fists tightly and was extremely nervous. On the stone platform, Su Zimo was still holding on. The baptism of the dragon chi of 2 lineages was unable to cause devastating damage to his body and bloodline just yet. However, that pain was indeed arduous. His entire body hurt. The dragon chi had not only infiltrated his flesh and bloodline, but also his marrow and organs. Flesh and blood were incinerated, bones shattered and organs melted. Immediately after, life was restored to him under his powerful regeneration capabilities, and the process repeated itself. As time passed, the figure that was surrounded by dragons on the stone platform was still standing. Could Long Zhu have survived this calamity? That thought flashed through the minds of the cultivators. All of a sudden, with a boom, the ancestral dragon divine pillar shook once more. Roar! Immediately after, a third dragon roar echoed through the entire Dragon Bone Valley. The dragons were shocked. Under countless gazes, a third dragon claw lit up on the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Dragon chi of a third lineage had been awakened. This time round, it was not only the other dragons, even the elders of the 5 lineages present were shocked. There were less than 10 dragons in the entire Dragon Bone Valley who had awakened the dragon chi of 2 lineages. However, there was none who managed to awaken the dragon chi of 3 lineages. This meant that Long Zhu's bloodline talent was second only to the 5-clawed divine dragon who had awakened all 5 dragon lineages. Streaks of white light tore through the air and formed divine dragons that descended from the skies, entering Su Zimo's body. The dragon chi of 3 lineages descended at the same time. Su Zimo's body swayed unsteadily and his body trembled. However, he grit his teeth and endured it. Churning his blood chi, the sound of tsunami surged within his body as he absorbed the power of the dragon chi of 3 dragon lineages to strengthen himself. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round and experienced the bone-piercing Yin wind and the pain of the karmic flames in the Tao inheritance ground. Later on, he received nourishment from the primordial divine spring. This body could be said to have been through countless hardships. How could it be defeated by the 3 dragon chi? In the depths of the Illumination dragon lineage, in a cave deep in the mountains, a white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles sat in a lotus position with a scarlet walking stick beside him, resting with his eyes closed. The old man was the Grand Elder of the Illumination dragon lineage. Even when 2 dragon roars sounded from the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he was unmoved, as though he was petrified. However, he only opened his eyes when he heard the 3rd dragon roar. Nodding his head, he murmured, "Dragon chi of 3 lineages. Not bad." On the other side, in the depths of a cave in the blue dragon lineage, there were countless jewels and treasures. An old dragon with blue scales and beard was sprawled on it, snoring soundly. When he heard the 3rd dragon roar, the old dragon did not even open his eyes. He merely turned around and mumbled, "I wonder which cub is receiving the baptism. What a stir." Before long, a 4th dragon roar sounded from the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The old dragon was motionless. After a brief pause, the old dragon suddenly transformed into his human form and leaped up from his spot. There was disbelief in his eyes and there was no hint of drowsiness. "He has actually awakened the dragon chi of 4 lineages." The old dragon looked in the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier and descend there. "He's at the void reversion realm." The old dragon was even more shocked. At that moment, the vicinity of the ancestral dragon divine pillar was already silent. No one spoke. All the dragons were fixated on the figure on the stone platform with dumbfounded expressions. Dragon chi of 4 lineages. 4 of the 5 claws on the ancestral dragon divine pillar were lit up. The dragon chi of the 4 lineages descended and struck Su Zimo's body. The dragon chi rampaged within his body and released a terrifying destructive power. Su Zimo could no longer stand as he knelt on the ground with his head lowered and a pale expression. His body was gradually expanding. It was as though there was a terrifying power within his body that was about to burst through his skin. At that time, he would definitely die and even his essence spirit would not be able to avoid it. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 turned around suddenly and glared at Elder Scorpion with hatred in his heart. If Su Zimo were to die here, Elder Scorpion would be the culprit. If not for Elder Scorpion's pressure, Su Zimo would not have received the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar at the void reversion realm. Elder Scorpion had a pleased expression and smiled, awaiting the final outcome quietly. On the stone platform, scarlet scales appeared one after another on Su Zimo's body. Under the impact of the dragon chi from 4 lineages, he was forced to undergo dragonification to increase the strength of his flesh. Of course, this dragonification was far from its peak. He merely grew some dragon scales. It was far from his dragonification in battle. Slowly, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo stood up from his spot and his aura rose continuously. His gaze was burning and the scarlet scales on his body burned with flames that were almost transparent and shone with a crystalline luster. He made it! Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was delighted. Right then, a fifth dragon roar sounded. Psst! The dragons gasped. On the ancestral dragon divine pillar, the 5 claws beneath the divine dragon's abdomen shone completely. Dragon chi of all 5 lineages descended. The smile on Elder Scorpion's face had vanished as well. What did the descent of dragon chi of 5 dragon lineages imply? Could another 5-clawed divine dragon be born from the dragon race? How is that possible? Long Zhong exclaimed. Long Tsung was initially sitting not far away with a calm expression. However, at that moment, he could not help but stand up. It was only at that moment that he realized he had a match. At the same time, the Dragon Bone Valley shook and the dragons were shocked. Many elders of the dragon race appeared in the firmaments to witness this scene. Chapter 1199 Innate Divine Powers. Chapter 1199 Innate Divine Powers. Good. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder stood up and looked in the direction of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar from the cave. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded repeatedly. Dragon Chi of 5 lineages, haha! The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder could not help but laugh as the wrinkles on his face crumpled. Initially, he defended Su Zimo against everyone's objections partly because of the red-headed ghost and partly because he valued Su Zimo's potential. What happened proved that his judgment and decision were not wrong. Swash! The space within the cave distorted. A green-haired old man appeared. He was burly, hale and hearty. Without any pleasantries, he said directly, "Congratulations, Boss Illumination!" Well said, well said! The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder replied with a smile. The person who arrived was the Blue Dragon Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the 5 lineages was almost always the oldest and most noble existence among the dragon race. Given their status, although they were shocked, they could still calm down and not rush over to watch the show like the other dragon elders. Of course, the awakening of the dragon chi of 5 dragon lineages was an extremely rare event. Even they could not help but chat heartily. The Grand Elders of the winged, hornless and horned dragon lineages were in seclusion, and the Blue Dragon Grand Elder could only run to the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. Even back in the primordial era, the birth of 2 5-clawed divine dragons was unprecedented. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder had lived for countless years. However, he was still excited at the mention of this matter. Every race had their own destiny and fortune. Typically speaking, for the dragon race, the fact that a 5-clawed divine dragon could be born was already a culmination of the fortune of the dragons. It was rare for a second 5-clawed divine dragon to be born. However, 2 of them were born in this generation. I wonder what would happen if the 2 5-clawed divine dragons were to clash and who would be stronger. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder grinned. Hee, even I'm looking forward to it now. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder waved his hand. Long Tsung has been in the Dharma characteristic realm for many years and has already cultivated to the perfected stage. Long Zhu is still too inexperienced. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder smiled without saying anything. Eh? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and asked, "Why hasn't that lad transformed into his true form? Why is he still in his half-dragon form?" Beneath the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, the dragon chi of the 5 lineages formed into thousands of divine dragons that charged at a tall figure continuously. The figure was covered in scarlet scales that burned with scorching flames. However, the figure had not transformed into a complete dragon the entire time. Something's not right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned and shook his head. His bloodline aura is impure, and he can't even conjure a complete dragon body. He's not a five-clawed divine dragon. A five-clawed divine dragon was a king of the dragon race and had the purest bloodline, even resulting in the birth of a terrifying fifth claw. How could it not even conjure a complete dragon body? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder gradually calmed down as well and realized that something was amiss. They seemed to be celebrating too early. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder looked at Su Zimo's right hand and said in a deep voice, "His bloodline is impure, and it's difficult for him to transform into a complete dragon. I do know the reason why." "What is it?" the Blue Dragon Grand Elder asked. "That lad's right hand is the divine phoenix bone," the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said. "With the divine phoenix bone in his body, it's only natural that his bloodline is impure. It's difficult for him to conjure a complete dragon body." When he heard that explanation, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder was even more puzzled. However, if his bloodline is impure, how did the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar awaken the Dragon Chi of 5 lineages? No matter how he looked at it, the situation was a paradox. Even with their experience, they could not figure out the logic behind it. "Dragon blood, divine phoenix bone," the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder murmured instinctively. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. At the same time, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder shuddered as though he recalled something. Could it be? The two old men turned around slowly and exchanged glances with widened eyes. Both could see the shock in the other's eyes. The moment that thought crossed their minds, their hairs stood on end. The thought was simply way too crazy. "Impossible!" The Blue Dragon Grand Elder gulped and shook his head. "That's impossible." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. "We should be imagining things. It's indeed impossible." At the same time, many dragons near the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar had already realized that Su Zimo did not possess the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon within his body. Of course, they could not understand why the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar would awaken the Dragon Chi of all 5 lineages. They could only assume that there was a problem with the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar that resulted in this situation. Long Tsang heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. In his opinion, without the bloodline of the five-clawed divine dragon, Su Zimo won't be his match even if the latter advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was a little disappointed. However, on second thought, Su Zimo was only at the Void Reversion realm and had to endure the baptism of the 5 Dragon Chi. As long as he could tide through it safely, the benefits he would receive would be unimaginable. Some of the Dragon Elders in midair shook their heads as well. Elder Scorpion's initially tense heart gradually relaxed alongside his expression. If Su Zimo was truly a 5-clawed divine dragon, he would have to return fruitless. As time passed by, Su Zimo endured the baptism of the Dragon Chi of 5 lineages and the power within his body rose continuously. He had finally arrived at a critical point. There was a long silence. The world seemed to have frozen. An unknown period of time passed. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's body shuddered and there was a boom in his body. As though a barrier was smashed, his aura climbed rapidly and a powerful energy fluctuation burst forth from his surroundings. The void surged and even rippled. His dragon true body had entered the Dharma characteristic realm. At the same time, a strange feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. A unique power began to emanate from his eyes. That was the power of divine powers. Innate divine powers, awakened. Innate divine powers were different from the divine powers comprehended in the cultivation world. Innate divine powers were powers that demons or dragons could automatically awaken after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. This was a talent that originated from the bloodline. Every race had different endowments, and awakened different innate divine powers. For example, the armored mountain beast comprehended mountain-cleaving divine powers. Some of the rat demons comprehended burrowing divine powers. The innate divine powers awakened by the 5 lineages of the dragon race were different as well. The horned dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon tooth. Once awakened, the teeth in its mouth became even sharper and could even crush dermic weapons, dermic treasures, and tear everything apart. The winged dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon scale. Once awakened, one's defense would increase tremendously. The blue dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon claw. Dragon claws were the most offensive and killing moves of the dragon race. Once awakened, they could penetrate everything. The hornless dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon horn. The illumination dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon eye. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm and awakening their innate divine powers, the power of the divine powers would first appear and it would cleanse their bodies and bloodlines, causing their bodies to become stronger and transform. The strength of a five-clawed divine dragon was not merely in terms of bloodline. In the future cultivation path of the five-clawed divine dragon, there was even a chance for it to awaken all the innate divine powers of the five dragon lineages and undergo 5 transformations. Chapter 1200 Ancestral Dragons Awakening. Chapter 1200 Ancestral Dragons Awakening. Ah! Roaring into the skies, Suzimo's eyes shone with 2 terrifying scarlet flames that shot into the skies, disappearing into the clouds. Swoosh! The clouds in the firmament seemed to be burning. In the blink of an eye, they turned into fiery clouds that dyed the skies red. The dragons were moved. What a strong divine power aura! To think that he would cause such a huge commotion after awakening his innate divine powers. Even when Long Tseng awakened, he was only at this level. The illumination dragon lineage has been dormant for many years. How long has it been since someone has awakened their innate divine powers like this? The dragons discussed in shock. Long Tseng's expression was indifferent. In his opinion, Suzimo was not worthy of being his opponent if the latter could not even reach that level. Raging flames burned in Suzimo's eyes and a steady stream of energy surged out, covering his body like scorching lava. The power of divine powers tempered his body. His body and bloodline underwent a transformation. Every illumination dragon could awaken their innate divine powers. Although they had the same awakened dragon eyes, some of them were stronger and some were weaker. There was naturally a difference in their strength. That's right! In a cave far away, the blue dragon Grand Elder nodded slightly. Even if that lad isn't a five-clawed divine dragon, his innate divine power has already been awakened to its limits. There was an illumination stone in Suzimo's eyes. The innate divine powers that could awaken one's eyes could naturally reach their limits, or even be stronger. However, the illumination dragon Grand Elder did not say anything. He merely frowned slightly and his gaze crossed the obstacles to land on the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Why? What's wrong? The blue dragon Grand Elder could not help but ask when he saw his unusual expression. The illumination dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. The baptism under the ancestral dragon divine pillar is no small matter. Throughout history, every dragon has had to reveal their true dragon forms. This is a form of respect for the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon divine pillar was the utmost treasure of the dragon race, and was left here to stabilize the fortune of the race. The illumination dragon Grand Elder continued. If you receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar without even revealing your true form, something might happen that could incur the punishment of the ancestral dragon. Are you sure that's true? The blue dragon Grand Elder asked. The illumination dragon Grand Elder pointed in the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and narrowed his eyes. Have you noticed any changes to the ancestral dragon divine pillar? The blue dragon Grand Elder's expression changed slightly and his gaze froze. Dragon chi of the 5 lineages were awakened and the ancestral dragon on the stone pillar had 5 shimmering claws beneath its abdomen. At that moment, it was not just the 5 dragon claws. The body, tail and horns of the ancestral dragon shone with a mysterious aura from head to toe. That scene gave them a feeling. It was as though the ancestral dragon was about to come alive the next moment, and soar through the air from the stone pillar. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon's initially dark eyes lit up with 2 bedazzling glows. Bang! Boom! Boom! On the ancestral dragon divine pillar, a 5-clawed divine dragon with horns on its head circled around the stone pillar. Digging into the stone pillar with its 5 claws, it spiraled upwards and countless stone shards fell beneath it. The ancestral dragon had truly awakened. Psst! In the cave, the 2 elders gasped and their expressions changed. The ancestral dragon looked down from above with his bronze bell-sized dragon eyes that were filled with torrential flames. Looking down at Su Zimo beneath him, he exuded an extremely terrifying might and suddenly roared. Roar! A dragon roar sounded and the ground shook. If the 2 grand elders were already so shocked, it was easy to imagine what would happen around the ancestral dragon divine pillar. That dragon roar nearly caused many dragon elders who were standing in midair to fall. A look of reverence flashed through the eyes of the dragons as they knelt and kowtowed in a spectacular manner. Even Illumination Dragon Elder 4, Long Zhong and the other 5 elders who were standing on the 5 corners of the stone platform knelt instinctively with horrified expressions. All the dragons present could sense the rage contained in the dragon roar. Even the witches half knelt on the ground at Elder Scorpion's signal. Elder Scorpion was smart, and did not want to attract the ancestral dragon's attention by standing there like a crane in a flock of chicken. How could this be? The arm of the blue dragon Grand Elder trembled slightly. He had lived for countless years, but he had never experienced such a situation. How did an ancestral dragon that was carved on a stone pillar awaken? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder was tense as well and glared fixedly at the ancestral dragon in the distance. Both of them were clear that Su Zimo's life was hanging by a thread. However, even if they wanted to save Su Zimo, they did not have the guts and courage. This was the ancestral dragon of the primordial era. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was their patriarch. But now, the patriarch was enraged and wanted to kill a dragon with an impure bloodline. Who would dare to stop him? It's over! It's over! I knew something big was about to happen. Long Zhu's bloodline is impure. By forcefully receiving the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and not transforming into a complete dragon, he's challenging the ancestral dragon. In the eyes of the ancestral dragon, Long Zhu's actions are completely from an alien race that has come to steal his power. Some dragons trembled in fear. Even though they were watching from the sidelines, they could still feel their hearts trembling against the might of the ancestral dragon. It was a bloodline suppression. The dragons could not imagine how Su Zimo would feel being glared at by the ancestral dragon. At that moment, Su Zimo was still unconscious beneath the stone pillar. He had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and awakened his innate divine powers. The power of the divine power tempered his body and scorching lava flowed out from his eyes, washing through his body continuously. The pain was even more unbearable than the tempering of the dragon chi of 5 lineages. His consciousness was a little blurry, and he could only grit his teeth and persevere through sheer willpower. He did not know about the ancestral dragon's awakening at all. However, in his daze, he felt a terrifying pressure that threatened to tear him apart. At that moment, he was already suffering to begin with. Coupled with the pressure he was experiencing, he felt frustrated and a surge of rage. Instinctively, Su Zimo reared his head in the direction of the ancestral dragon with a scarlet gaze. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. Upon seeing that, the 2 elders in the cave shivered in fear. What was Long Zhu doing? He was actually shouting at the patriarch? He was truly tired of living. The 2 elders had ashen expressions. Initially, they were contemplating how they should plead for mercy to save Su Zimo from the ancestral dragon's wrath. But now, either of them bore any hope. The 2 elders were waiting for the ancestral dragon to strike and kill Su Zimo. However, the strange thing was that the ancestral dragon hovered above the stone pillar motionlessly. Instead, the flames in his eyes showed signs of subsiding. The ancestral dragon's eyes were fixed on Su Zimo, as though he was contemplating and sensing something. What's going on? The 2 elders were puzzled. Beneath the stone pillar, Su Zimo panted slightly as veins popped up on his neck, seemingly still angry. Roar! He roared at the ancestral dragon once more. The next moment, the pupils of the 2 elders constricted and their hearts skipped a beat. They witnessed an incomparably shocking scene. Under Su Zimo's roar, the ancestral dragon seemed to have been shocked and actually shirked briefly. What did that action imply? Was the ancestral dragon feeling fear? Chapter 1201 Second Divine Power. Chapter 1201 Second Divine Power. The ancestral dragon's action was not obvious. The dragons near the stone pillars were already kneeling on the ground with lowered heads and did not notice this detail. If not for the fact that the two elders were fixated on the ancestral dragon, they would not have noticed it either. However, they still could not believe it. After all, they were thousands of kilometers away in the cave and could not see everything clearly. The moment the ancestral dragon shirked might have been their imagination. However, if the ancestral dragon was truly afraid, what was he afraid of? What was in Long Zhu's body that caused the ancestral dragon to feel fear and retreat? Under normal circumstances, the dragon race would not bow down to any race. As an ancestral dragon, he would not cower in the face of the other primordial 8 races or emperors, let alone avoid reversion with an impure bloodline of the dragon race. However, how else would they explain that scene? Unless... The two elders exchanged glances filled with shock and surprise. If the ancestral dragon was truly fearful, the guess that flashed through their minds earlier on was most likely true. That was the only guess that could explain the ancestral dragon's shirk of fear. That was the only guess that could explain why Long Zhu could awaken the dragon chi of the 5 lineages even though he was not a 5-clawed divine dragon. Of course, that was way too shocking. If it was confirmed, it would cause a massive change in the entire Tianhuang mainland. Even the 2 grand elders did not dare to make a conclusion with a single subtle action from the ancestral dragon. Both of them held their breaths and remained silent. Although they were in the cave, they were even more nervous than the other dragons as they glared at the ancestral dragon divine pillar without blinking. At that moment, the might of the ancestral dragon had dissipated entirely. His hostility and anger towards Su Zimo earlier on had vanished without a trace as well. There was no activity for a long time and some dragons looked up instinctively. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon soared into the air and spiraled down, transforming into an ancient and pure dragon chi that burrowed into Su Zimo's head. The dragons were dumbfounded. Immediately after, a powerful aura burst forth from Su Zimo's body. The wounds on his body were healing at a visible speed. His skin that was burned by the lava flowing out of his eyes peeled off and new muscles grew. His scarlet hair grew once more and danced wildly like flames as his aura climbed rapidly. What's going on? The ancestral dragon disappeared? The ancestral dragon did not kill Long Zhu and instead gave him an opportunity? The scene before them was completely different from what everyone had imagined. In the cave, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat as realization flashed through his eyes. I got it! That ancestral dragon was merely condensed from a dragon chi in the stone pillar. That's right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. The ancient books in the clan clearly recorded that apart from the 5 dragon lineages, there's another chi of the ancestral dragon in the stone pillar. However, it has never appeared throughout history. To think that it would be true! The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder lamented. This meant that Su Zimo's bloodline had not only awakened the dragon chi of the 5 lineages, but also of the ancestral dragon. This ancestral dragon chi was even more precious than the 5 dragon chi combined. Su Zimo was already covered in injuries after the baptism of the 5 dragon chi. If not for the fact that he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness regularly and possessed shocking regeneration capabilities, he would have been destroyed by the dragon chi of the 5 lineages. Thereafter, he entered the Dharma characteristic realm and awakened his innate divine powers. The scorching lava formed by his divine powers baptized his body and bloodline once again. Standing beneath the stone pillar, Su Zimo's half-dragon body looked battered and wretched. But now, with the augmentation of the chi of the ancestral dragon, his body shone with a powerful vitality once more. Every single dragon scale on his body shone with a scarlet crystalline glow, as though they had been refined countless times. The divine power in Su Zimo's eyes faded gradually. The awakening of his innate divine powers was coming to an end. His eyes shone with a scarlet-red glow, and his gaze was like a torch. Even the dermic powers in the void burned when he looked at it. That gaze was enough to kill. At that moment, Su Zimo was already awake. He surveyed his surroundings and froze instinctively. "Why, are you guys kneeling on the ground?" he asked with a frown. Earlier on, the ancestral dragon was clearly enraged and the dragons knelt down in fear. Even on the stone platform, Illumination Dragon Elder, Long Zhong and the others, including Elder Scorpion and the rest of the witch race, knelt down. But now, Su Zimo was the only one standing beneath the stone pillar. It was as though he was the ruler of the world, causing all the dragons to kneel and submit. Of course, among the dragons, a figure stood upright with a sharp aura. He glared at Su Zimo with a surging battle intent. Long Tsang. Even the elders of the dragon race knelt down. However, he did not bow down. He possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, and would not bow down even against the ancestral dragon. Humph! Elder Scorpion looked terrible as he stood up hurriedly. It would be embarrassing if news of this were to spread. As a conjoined body expert, he knelt in front of a dragon that had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. The dragons rose one after another as well, still filled with questions. Right then, Su Zimo's body shuddered and he looked a little dazed. Once again, a terrifying aura spread from his body. This is divine powers! What's going on? Why is there divine power spilling out from Long Zhu's body? The dragons were shocked and exclaimed. Something's not right. This divine power seems to be even stronger than Long Zhu's newly awakened innate divine power. A dragon elder said sternly. Could it be? The dragons thought of a possibility. Long Zhu has awakened his second divine power. A dragon elder exclaimed. The dragons were in an uproar. Although there was a chance for a five-clawed divine dragon to awaken the five innate divine powers, it was not something that one could comprehend fully upon entering the Dharma characteristic realm. It was a gradual comprehension as one's cultivation advanced. Even Long Tsang only awakened a single innate divine power when he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. But now, it was clear that Su Zimo had awakened a second one. How could this be? His bloodline is impure and he can't even conjure a complete dragon body. How can a second divine power be awakened? The dragons were puzzled and discussed. It's the chi of the ancestral dragon, a dragon elder said in a deep voice. The chi of the ancestral dragon not only changed Long Zhu's bloodline and body, it also granted him a second divine power. There's such a good thing? I've got it. Long Zhu must have received a baptism as a half-dragon and by some freak coincidence, obtained the acknowledgement of the chi of the ancestral dragon. The dragons did not know the reason at all, nor did they notice the ancestral dragon's fearful shirk as they made wild guesses. All of a sudden, the power of divine powers burst forth from Su Zimo's body. Instantly, the world shook and a phenomenon descended. The dragons were shocked. A terrifying pressure descended from the skies and many dragons could not withstand it. They cried out tragically, and had just stood up when they knelt down once more with a thud. Chapter 1202 for Divine Powers. Chapter 1202 for Divine Powers. It was said that in the primordial era, some dragons with heavenly defying bloodlines and shocking talent would trigger universal phenomenons when they awaken their innate divine powers. Initially, in the eyes of the dragons, this was only a legend. After all, even Long Tsang, who possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, did not cause such a stir when he awakened his innate divine powers. But now, the dragons witnessed this legend personally. Above the firmaments, the clouds split apart, and a gigantic, menacing dragon head appeared slowly, looking down at the Dragon Bone Valley with a rampant might. Although the dragon head was not corporeal and was merely a phantom, every dragon could feel a tremendous pressure. Some dragons could not withstand it and knelt down. Only some of the dragon elders present could remain standing. How strong was the divine power to be able to cause the world to tremble and send down phenomenons after its awakening? More importantly, the awakening of the second divine power also meant that Su Zimo's body and bloodline would undergo another transformation. True enough. The power of divine powers spread and Su Zimo's bloodline rumbled, as though raging tides were surging through his body. Coupled with the awakening of his innate divine powers and the infusion of the ancestral dragon chi, Su Zimo's body and bloodline had evolved 3 times after he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. This change could be considered as a complete transformation of his body. Many dragons were envious of such an opportunity. Good, good, good! Long Tseng nodded repeatedly. There was no hint of jealousy or fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. It was only now that he truly stopped underestimating Su Zimo and regarded the latter as a supreme opponent that could match him. Elder Scorpion remained silent with a dark expression. The more outstanding Su Zimo's performance was, the higher his status in the dragon race, and the harder it would be for him to attack this lad. Initially, he merely wanted to watch the hype. The best scenario would be if Su Zimo failed the baptism and he would be able to relax. To think that the situation would develop beyond his expectations. Or rather, nobody expected this. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, 2 divine powers were awakened consecutively. This was rare even in the primordial era when the primordial 9 races ruled over Tianhuang mainland. The fortune of this generation's dragon race is way too strong. Elder Scorpion narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Apart from the birth of a 5-clawed divine dragon, there's now another monster incarnate. Should I step in to kill him? A cold glint flashed through Elder Scorpion's eyes and he wanted to kill. However, he knew in his heart that with so many dragon elders present, it was impossible for him to kill Su Zimo silently. Once he attacked, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed as well. To pay with my life for the sake of a Dharma characteristic dragon. Elder Scorpion's expression was dark as he contemplated countermeasures while weighing the pros and cons. In a cave far away, the 2 Grand Elders looked pleased. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder lamented. The awakening of a divine power caused the world to tremble and a phenomenon to descend. It's been many years since something like that has happened. Now that this lad has obtained the recognition of the ancestral dragon chi, our guess should be rather close. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said excitedly. The dragon race is flourishing in this generation. What lad? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder glared at the Blue Dragon Grand Elder and corrected him with a stern expression. We have to address him as young master from now on as well. Why yes. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder did not resist or refute. Instead, he agreed with a smile. Although Su Zimo had yet to fight against Long Tseng, the 2 elders knew that there was no doubt about who the young master of the dragon race would be. Furthermore, the status of this young master of the dragon race was above them. Or rather, it was above the entire dragon race. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder was older and pondered for a moment before reminding. This is a serious matter. It's enough that you and I know about it. We must not spread it. The young master has yet to grow to his peak. If his identity is exposed, it might cause panic among the other races and he might get killed. Humph! The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said coldly. Who would dare to touch our young master in the Dragonbone Valley? No matter what, it's never wrong to be careful. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder sighed gently. Don't forget the battle of the primordial era. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder fell silent at the mention of that battle. A moment later, their gazes returned to the ancestral dragon divine pillar. At that moment, Su Zimo was almost done with the baptism of the second divine power. Eh? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and pointed into the distance. What's up with those witches? Why are they in our Dragonbone Valley? Wu Xie. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder murmured softly. What is he doing here? The Grand Elders of the 5 lineages were almost always in seclusion all the time to recuperate. Unless something major happened, they would not be disturbed. The death of the young master of the witch race in Su Zimo's hands was not made known to the two grand elders yet. Beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and was delighted. Some of the dragon elders guessed correctly. The second divine power he awakened came from the ancestral dragon Qi. To think that there would be such a benefit to receiving the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Su Zimo muttered to himself. If any other dragon heard that, they would probably vomit blood from anger. The power of divine powers tempered his body once more, and his body and bloodline had already transformed to a brand new realm. Every single move he made was filled with immense strength. Su Zimo nodded to himself as he contemplated the obscurity of the second divine power. The divine power was known as the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Using the bloodline of an ancestral dragon as a medium, it gathered the qi of the dragon race and summoned a divine pillar. It could suppress fortune and the 10,000 races. It was extremely powerful. Right then, Su Zimo's heart stirred. He remembered something. Now that he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, what else was there to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness? Instinctively, he looked within his consciousness. True enough! Something had already happened within his consciousness. 4 fist-sized balls of light surrounded his essence spirit. It was impossible to tell what was within each ball of light. However, every single ball of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura that caused even Su Zimo's heart to skip a beat. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in Su Zimo's consciousness. Su Zimo was stunned when he heard that voice. A strong sense of longing surged in his heart, and his expression turned gentle. That was Dai Yu's voice. Su Zimo would never be able to forget it. After the Yang Spirit section, there's a 10th section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and that's the divine powers section. It's difficult to record divine powers in words, and there are no cultivation techniques. They can only be passed down through memories. Dai Yu's voice was still indifferent and calm as water. If you can reach this point, you will naturally be able to hear those words. If you can't, it's useless even if I tell you beforehand. It will only add to your troubles and obsession. There are 4 divine powers in the divine power section that correspond to the Dharma characteristic, conjoined body, Mahayana and tribulation transcendence realms. You can only comprehend a divine power when your cultivation realm is high enough. The statement came to an end at that point. It was left behind by Dai Yu beforehand. In fact, if Su Zimo had not cultivated to the Dharma characteristic realm, he would not have even heard those words. Chapter 1203 Attack of Wu Xie. Chapter 1203 Attack of Wu Xie. If I'm not wrong, these should be the 4 divine powers recorded in the divine power section. Su Zimo looked at the 4 mysterious balls of light that revolved around his essence spirit in his consciousness. It was only now that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was truly revealed. Initially, only 8 demon kings were formed after he cultivated to the Yang spirit section. If the 4 mysterious balls of light meant that there were 4 demon kings, there would be a total of 12 including the previous 8. Just as he was pondering, one of the balls of light in his consciousness shattered. Within, a palm-sized divine turtle appeared. It was extremely sentient and floated in an ocean, looking at Su Zimo motionlessly. The moment Su Zimo met with the divine turtle's gaze, his mind buzzed. A mysterious realization gradually flowed through his heart. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, the first divine power of the divine power section was dispelled. The divine power came from one of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the sea-calming turtle. In the vast wilderness, there was a desolate ocean. Among them, a true dragon reigned supreme and was invincible, known as the Desolate Ocean Dragon King. In the depths of the endless desolate ocean, there was a spirit turtle that was much older than the Desolate Ocean Dragon King. Normally, the spirit turtle hid in the depths of the desolate ocean in silence. However, once it appeared, even the Desolate Ocean Dragon King would not be able to cause much of a stir. Through the gaze of the sea-calming turtle, Su Zimo gradually recalled some of the legends about the vast wilderness. It was like a memory inheritance. Through the gaze of the spirit turtle, there was not only the legacy of those legends, but also a divine power. Su Zimo stood motionlessly beneath the stone pillar with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation burst forth from his body and was released. The dragons widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. That was the power of divine powers. Su Zimo, who had just awakened 2 divine powers, had a 3rd divine power burst forth from his body. Furthermore, the aura of that divine power seemed to be even more terrifying than the first 2. If the dragons were shocked when Su Zimo awakened his 2nd divine power, by the time the 3rd divine power descended, the world was silent. The scene before them had completely exceeded their understanding. The dragons held their breaths and focused, merely looking at the figure beneath the stone pillar with widened mouths. Their expressions were filled with extreme shock, and their eyes could not help but reveal a hint of reverence. A 3rd divine power has awakened? In the cave, the 2 grand elders shuddered and were dumbfounded. Even with their experience, they could not understand such a situation, let alone the other dragons. A large shadow shrouded the top of the Dragon Bone Valley. Boom! 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 Stomping on the Dragon Bone Valley like 4 heavenly piercing pillars, every single step caused the ground to quake and the weather to change. The dragons looked up instinctively. A spirit turtle with an ancient aura was carrying a gigantic and heavy turtle shell on its back. Walking over slowly, it looked like a god. The gigantic, malevolent phantom of the ancestral dragon that appeared when Su Zimo awakened his 2nd divine power had yet to dissipate completely from within the clouds above the firmaments. After the spirit turtle descended, the phantom of the ancestral dragon cried tragically and dissipated instantly. It could not defend against it at all. This. Some of the dragons were so shocked that they could no longer speak. Look! A dragon pointed to the foot of a spirit turtle not far away. There was a gigantic pit. This was an actual pit created by the phenomenon of the spirit turtle after Su Zimo awakened his divine powers. The ancestral dragon phenomenon that descended when his 2nd divine power was awakened was merely a phantom. However, that spirit turtle was completely corporeal. This meant that the 3rd divine power that was awakened might be even more terrifying than the 2nd divine power of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. At that moment, a pair of sinister eyes were hidden among the dragons. Initially, Elder Scorpion was still hesitant. However, when he saw Su Zimo awaken his 3rd divine power, he made up his mind to attack. He had to kill Long Zhu. This lad was way too terrifying. Of course, Elder Scorpion did not dare to attack brazenly either. He merely activated the secret skill of the witch race in secret, and released a wisp of imperceptible spirit consciousness that silently pierced into Su Zimo's consciousness. At that moment, there were many dragon elders present. However, the attention of those dragons were drawn in by the terrifying gigantic spirit turtle in the firmaments, and did not notice Elder Scorpion's actions at all. At the same time, in a cave far away, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder felt emotional and lamented. Young Master's potential is way too terrifying. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. That's right. Furthermore, the young Master has many secrets on him. There might be even more than we imagine. All of a sudden, the 2 Grand Elders seemed to have sensed something and their expressions changed. Wu Xie, how dare you! Without hesitation, the 2 Grand Elders roared and vanished from the spot, descending above the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Although Wu Xie's actions were obscure and could deceive the other dragon elders, it could not deceive the 2 Grand Elders. However, even if the 2 Grand Elders sensed it, and wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They truly had not expected Wu Xie to be so audacious as to attack a dragon in the Dragon Bone Valley. When he heard the roars of the 2 Grand Elders of the dragon race, Elder Scorpion sneered internally. The moment he attacked Su Zimo, he had already torn a major transference talisman in his palm. If Su Zimo were to die and he used the major transference talisman to escape, even the 2 Grand Elders of the dragon race would not be able to capture him. As for the other witches that followed him, it did not matter even if they died in the Dragon Bone Valley. It did not matter if some people from the witch race were compensated to be able to kill such a monster incarnate of the dragon race. His wisp of spirit consciousness had already entered Su Zimo's consciousness, and transformed into a figure that was identical to him. Elder Scorpion was shocked when he saw the phenomenon in Su Zimo's consciousness. Even with his cultivation, he felt shudders in the consciousness against the three balls of light. At that moment, Su Zimo's essence spirit was meeting the spirit turtle's gaze. It was receiving its inheritance, and did not notice the danger at all. Fufu, so what if you're a monster incarnate? Pay with your life. The spirit consciousness sneered and was about to attack. All of a sudden, in the consciousness, the spirit turtle that was floating silently at the side turned around and looked at Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness with a cold gaze. Roar! Opening its mouth, the spirit turtle let out a deafening roar at Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness. Boom! The spirit consciousness conjured by Elder Scorpion dissipated instantly. Not only that, even Elder Scorpion in the crowd was shocked and grunted. He felt a sharp pain in his essence spirit and almost fainted. Elder Scorpion realized that his essence spirit was already injured. What was that? He cursed internally. How could there be such a terrifying spirit being in Long Zhu's consciousness that could sense killing intent and attack him? At that moment, the two Grand Elders of the Illumination Dragon and Blue Dragon lineages arrived. Elder Scorpion had already torn the Major Transference Talisman preemptively, and a gigantic pitch-black dimensional tear appeared behind him. Chapter 1204 How Dare You? Chapter 1204 How Dare You? Actually, when the two Grand Elders descended above the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, they realized that they were a step too late, and could not save Su Zimo in time. Both of them were shocked and furious. After clarifying their guesses, Su Zimo's life was even more important than theirs. But now, an outsider had attempted to kill their young master right under their noses in the Dragon Bone Valley. That was akin to touching their reverse scale. However, a strange scene happened the moment the two Grand Elders appeared. Beneath the stone pillar, Su Zimo was still motionless. His eyes were closed as he continued to comprehend his divine powers, seemingly unaffected. On the contrary, Wu Xie, who attacked Su Zimo, grunted dully with a change in expression, as though he was severely injured. Initially, Wu Xie wanted to tear the Major Transference Talisman and was about to be teleported away. However, he was delayed for a moment due to the stagger of his body. The entire process happened in a flash. The two Grand Elders did not have time to think about the reason behind this and made a prompt decision to attack right away. What can you run to? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder harumphed coldly, and two scorching beams of light shot out from his eyes. They were extremely fast and shot towards Elder Scorpion instantly. However, the Major Transference Talisman was already shattered. A gigantic pitch-black crack appeared behind Elder Scorpion, and he leaped into it, disappearing. The two blazing beams of light shot into the dark and cold crack without causing any ripples. The gigantic crack closed rapidly. Once the crack closed and space was restored, the two Grand Elders would not be able to capture Elder Scorpion even if they had divine powers. Unless they killed their way into the Ghost Curse Tomb. You want to escape after coming to my Dragon Bone Valley to kill? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder was enraged and extended his arm from dozens of feet away. A menacing gigantic dragon claw appeared and reached into the crack. Elder Scorpion made use of the dimensional tear to avoid the fatal attack of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder, and thought to himself that he was lucky. Before he could catch his breath, he felt a strong sense of danger. Immediately after, a menacing claw descended from the darkness and grabbed him. Against that claw, his body was like paper and was penetrated instantly, causing blood to flow. There was no race that could defend against the sharpest claws of the dragon race with their bodies. Furthermore, among the primordial 9 races, the witch race had the weakest physique. Ah! Elder Scorpion let out a tragic cry. In the void, Just as the gigantic pitch-black crack was about to close, the blue dragon Grand Elder yanked Elder Scorpion out. A few bloodied holes appeared on Elder Scorpion's body. Dark green blood flowed out slowly with a nauseating stench. The dragon claw of the blue dragon Grand Elder had already pierced through Elder Scorpion's body. His tendons and bones were broken and his organs were completely destroyed. Conjoined body mighty figures had boundless dermic powers and could regrow severed limbs. An injury as such was not fatal for Elder Scorpion. However, he had fallen completely into the hands of the blue dragon Grand Elder, and his vitals were pierced. His blood chi was deteriorating, and it was impossible for him to break free. The blue dragon Grand Elder pinched this conjoined body realm expert of the witch race as though he was carrying a weak chick. Cough! Elder Scorpion's face was frightfully pale as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He cursed internally. If the mysterious spirit turtle in Su Zimo's consciousness had not roared and caused a backlash to his essence spirit, causing it to pause for a moment, even the blue dragon Grand Elder would not have been able to capture him. He would have most likely returned to the ghost cursed tomb by now. Many dragons were stunned and did not know what happened. A Grand Elder of the dragon race would not appear so easily. But now, two of them had appeared at the same time with a murderous intent. Furthermore, Elder Scorpion caused the two Grand Elders to attack at the same time. It was clear how furious they were. The witches were even trembling in fear. None of them were fools. They had witnessed the scene of Elder Scorpion tearing the major transference talisman. It was clear that Elder Scorpion wanted to abandon them and escape alone. If Elder Scorpion were to escape, their fates would be imaginable against the wrath of the dragon race experts. "How dare you!" the blue dragon Grand Elder hollered. That single casual statement from him contained the shock of a dragon roar. Although Wu Xie was a conjoined body expert, he was severely injured and his blood chi was weak. He still felt a sharp pain in his ears and his features were contorted. If that was the case for Wu Xie, it was even worse for the other witches. Ah! The remaining 10-odd witches cried tragically and their eardrums were pierced. All of them fell to the ground with pained expressions, curled up as green blood oozed from their ears. The two Grand Elders were truly enraged. "I wonder what I did to provoke the killing intent of the Grand Elders of the dragon race." Elder Scorpion grit his teeth and asked slowly. "You're asking the obvious." The blue dragon Grand Elder sneered. "How dare you attack the young master of the dragon race in the Dragon Bone Valley? You truly don't know what's good for you." The young master of the dragon race? The dragons were slightly stunned when they heard that. However, the dragons did not think too much about it, and merely thought that it was a slip of the tongue from the enraged blue dragon Grand Elder. He should be referring to the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage. Foo-foo. Elder Scorpion chuckled and quibbled. "What a joke. Look at Long Zhu. Is he injured at all? Can he still be alive if I had attacked him?" It was extremely easy for a conjoined body expert to attack an unguarded dragon who had just advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was still standing beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar and comprehending his divine powers without being affected. This was truly strange. The two Grand Elders were puzzled as well. The strangest thing was that after Elder Scorpion attacked, he seemed to have received an impact and was injured instead. Although they were puzzled, what sort of characters were the two Grand Elders? They were all decisive to kill and were completely unmoved. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder had white hair. However, his eyes were burning with rage as he said coldly, "Do you think that such words can protect your life? Let me tell you clearly that it's lucky that Long Zhu is fine today. If anything happens to him, the dragon race will definitely wage war against the witch race at all costs." Everyone could hear the killing intent in the tone of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. A thought flashed through the minds of the dragons. If anything happened to Long Zhu, the dragon race would truly wage war at all costs. However, what the dragons did not understand was that even though Long Zhu was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the two Grand Elders seemed to be way too emotional. "Don't kill me!" Elder Scorpion was truly flustered. He could clearly sense that the two grand elders of the dragon race were truly bent on killing him. In that life and death moment, his mind raced and a thought flashed through his mind as he said hurriedly, "I can trade a secret for my life." "What secret?" "I don't want to know at all." The blue dragon grand elder sneered with a disdainful expression. In his opinion, this was merely Elder Scorpion's final struggle. Elder Scorpion said word by word, "You must want to know. Furthermore, this secret concerns the safety of the primordial 9 races. If you kill me, you dragons will definitely regret it." Chapter 1205 Not Even a Single Hair. Chapter 1205 Not Even a Single Hair. The blue dragon grand elder frowned slightly and hesitated. He could tell that Elder Scorpion did not sound like he was lying. What could have happened that would affect the safety of the primordial 9 races? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said indifferently, "Why not listen to him? I want to see what secrets he can reveal. Elders, you have to give me a promise to spare my life." Elder Scorpion's gaze was dark as he grit his teeth. "Otherwise, I won't tell you even if I die. We'll have to see what you can say if you want to live." The blue dragon grand elder sneered. Elder Scorpion said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, this secret is enough to trade my life." "All right." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded. "Don't worry, as long as the secret you reveal can move us, we'll let you live." When he heard that, Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness moved. Suddenly, a black scale flew out from his storage bag. When they saw the scale, the two grand elders of the dragon race were slightly stunned and looked confused. But soon, the two of them seemed to have thought of something and their hearts skipped a beat. Their expressions changed and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The blue dragon grand elder released his grip, and without even looking at Elder Scorpion who was on the ground, he held the black scale at his fingertip and focused. "Psst!" he gasped. There was no mistake about the scale's appearance, and the aura it emanated. The pupils of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder constricted slightly with a bewildered expression. The two Grand Elders could tell that the scale could not be from the primordial era. Otherwise, the aura on it would have dissipated long ago. The scale looked like it had just fallen off and was relatively tender. The blue dragon Grand Elder flipped his palm. Apart from the two Grand Elders, the other dragons did not manage to make out what it was. This was no small matter, and it was inconvenient for outsiders to know about it unless they knew the exact situation. "What's going on?" The blue dragon Grand Elder glared at Elder Scorpion on the ground and asked sternly. "The two of you can't recognize it?" Elder Scorpion asked instead with a mocking expression. The blue dragon Grand Elder took a deep breath. "A bloodline of it is still alive," Elder Scorpion said slowly. "That's right. As you can see, it has already returned in this generation." The other dragons were confused, but the two Grand Elders knew the seriousness of the matter. Elder Scorpion continued, "Don't blame me for not reminding you guys, but it's growing. Right now, it should be at the Void Reversion or Dharma characteristic realm. Once it grows up, He gave a strange laugh and did not continue. The blue dragon Grand Elder pondered for a moment before asking again, "How can I be certain that this is true? Isn't it too hasty to judge based on a single scale?" "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do either," Elder Scorpion said. "This time round, if it wasn't by chance, I wouldn't have been able to discover its tracks. If I'm not wrong, Gu sect was destroyed by it." It was easy to verify the matter. As long as one were to take a look at Gu sect's mountain gate, they would know if it was true. "How?" Elder Scorpion asked. "It's enough to trade my life for this secret, right?" This time round, the two Grand Elders remained silent. That secret was way too shocking. It would be worth it even if Elder Scorpion was spared 100 or even 1,000 times for it. "Leave." The blue dragon Grand Elder waved his hand and threw the scale to Wu Xie. Elder Scorpion was delighted, but he maintained his composure and grinned. "Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder." Immediately, Elder Scorpion turned slightly and growled, "Help me, let's go!" It was only then that the remaining witches reacted and advanced one after another, helping the severely injured Scorpion Elder up. They summoned their spirit vessels and sped out of the Dragon Bone Valley, not daring to linger for a moment. That was not the only reason why the two Grand Elders chose to release Elder Scorpion. It was also because Su Zimo was safe and sound. If Su Zimo were to die, the two Grand Elders would not give Elder Scorpion the chance to reveal the secret in their wrath. What Elder Scorpion said was way too terrifying. Even after Elder Scorpion left, the two Grand Elders remained silent with grim expressions. In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already finished comprehending his divine powers. As the inheritance divine power ended, the spirit turtle that he was looking at in his consciousness vanished as well. There were only 3 balls of light left in his consciousness. Su Zimo could not see what was within, and neither did he know which demon king the 3 balls of light corresponded to. He opened his eyes and snapped out of his stupor only to discover 2 old men with long beards standing in the air, frowning in deep thoughts with grim expressions. The other dragons were mostly confused. As for Elder Scorpion and the others of the witch race, they had already vanished. Earlier on, he was comprehending his divine powers and was unaware of everything that happened. Although he was done comprehending the divine powers, the body tempering process was not over yet. Su Zimo awakened his 3rd divine power. Now, his body and bloodline underwent another transformation. This meant that he endured 4 transformation processes after he advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. This was a true complete transformation. At that moment, even Long Tsung felt waves of pressure. Even when Su Zimo awakened his 2nd divine power, Long Tsung was 70% confident that he could suppress Su Zimo. At that moment, he was not even confident of success. Of course, the more that was the case, the more excited he was. He was not afraid of failure. He was afraid that no one would be able to defeat him. We've got to think about this matter at length. Let's take a mental note of it first. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder sent a voice transmission to the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. Yes. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded and looked at Su Zimo beneath the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. If Long Zhu can awaken his true bloodline and revert to his true form, he might be able to fight it. That's right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said. However, we don't know where the opportunity for Long Zhu to awaken his bloodline will be. Pausing for a moment, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder suddenly frowned. Surveying his surroundings, he asked loudly, "What was the witch race doing here?" Neither of them knew why Wu Xie was in the Dragon Bone Valley yet. The Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, recounted how Su Zimo killed the young master of the witch race and another witch thereafter. Finally, he said, "This matter started because of Long Zhu. Wu Xie wanted an explanation. Later on, under our persistence, he asked Long Zhu to sever his arm to resolve the matter." Long Zhong's statement was somewhat exaggerated and was even veering towards tattling. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned when he heard that, but he did not know how to refute. After all, what Long Zhong said was the truth. Sever his own arm, sever his own arm. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder had a dark expression and grit his teeth. Long Zhong could not guess the thoughts of the Blue Dragon Grand Elder, and continued. To think that this lad would ignore the big picture completely and was not willing to sever his arm. Sever your head! The Blue Dragon Grand Elder could no longer hold it in and cursed. He charged in front of Long Zhong and smacked his head with a huge slap. Who gave you permission to sever his arm? Who gave you permission to sever his arm? Each time he said that, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder would give Long Zhong a tight slap. Right in front of everyone, Long Zhong was beaten silly with a helpless expression. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said angrily, "He cannot lose even a single hair, let alone an arm." Chapter 1206 Peak Battle. Chapter 1206 Peak Battle. Long Zhong was not the only one stunned by the few slaps. Even the dragons were dumbfounded and there was an uproar. No matter what, Long Zhong was one of the elders of the Horned Dragon lineage and had a noble status. The Grand Elder of the 5 lineages had an extraordinary status in the clan and ignored worldly affairs. There had never been a time when they were furious enough to punish an elder for the sake of a junior. They left zero dignity for Long Zhong. As the young master of the Blue Dragon lineage, Long Tsang had not seen the Blue Dragon Grand Elder stand up for him. What puzzled the dragons the most was that this was not a big deal to begin with. Even if Long Zhu had lost an arm, there was no need for an elder to be beaten this badly, right? What did the Grand Elder mean by that? Can't lose even a single strand of hair. Isn't that way too protective of Long Zhu? I think so too. The 2 Grand Elders are acting a little overly extreme, the dragons discussed softly. Long Zhong's face was flushed red. It was unknown whether it was due to the slaps or embarrassment, but his blood surged as he straightened his neck and shouted, "I respect you as the Blue Dragon Grand Elder, but I want to know what rights you have to slap me." Even Su Zimo was shocked, let alone Long Zhong, who was beaten up. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said coldly, "You wanted the young master of our race to sever his arm to resolve this matter. Do you think you deserve a beating?" "Ha!" Long Zhong laughed in anger instead. "Grand Elder, you must be joking. The dragon race's grand ceremony has yet to be held and Long Zhu is only the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. He's not the young master of our 5 lineages. His body isn't so precious that we can't even touch him. If I say that he's the young master of the dragon race, he is." The Blue Dragon Grand Elder asked expressionlessly, "Are you unconvinced? I'm not the only one. Our clansmen have witnessed everything. Who among them is convinced? The young master of the dragon race is no small matter. How can we be so casual about it?" Long Zhong was fearless as well and said in a deep voice, "Long Tsang possesses the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, and yet he has to wait till the dragon race's grand ceremony to be conferred the title of young master. What rights does Long Zhu have?" Indeed, as Long Zhong had said, most of the dragons were indignant. How long had Su Zimo been in the dragon race for? At most, it was less than 10 years. In terms of emotions, most of the dragons leaned towards Long Tsang. Although Su Zimo had also awakened the dragon chi of 5 lineages and 3 divine powers when he entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his bloodline was impure after all. He could not even conjure his true form as a dragon. Strictly speaking, he was not even a true dragon. How could someone like that become the young master of the dragon race? As for Long Tsang, he possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon and was a king among the dragon race. It was clear who was qualified. Right then, Long Tsang stood up slowly and glared at Su Zimo with a sharp gaze with a raring battle intent. "If you want to become the young master of our race, you've got to defeat me first." At that moment, the tempering of Su Zimo's body by his 3rd divine power had already ended. He awakened 3 divine powers and underwent 4 transformations. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that every single inch of his flesh was filled with a terrifying power that was about to spew out, seeking an outlet. He no longer had the danger of losing his arm and was in no hurry to fight Long Tsang. However, he had just broken through and wanted to find a true opponent to fight to his heart's content. Among his peers, the only one who could fight him was Long Tsang. "As you wish." Su Zimo was fearless as well. "Let's head to the Dragon Blood battlefield." "All right." Long Tsang's gaze shone brightly as he agreed without hesitation. "Long Zhu, you've just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and are unfamiliar with the power of the Dharma characteristic realm. As such, you might not be familiar with the use of divine powers," the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said. "Why don't the 2 of you fight to your heart's content during the ceremony?" "That's right." Before Su Zimo could reply, Long Tsang nodded. "You're right, Grand Elder. I was a little anxious." Long Tsang's honesty left a good impression on Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled gently and waved his hand. "There's no need. I'll use our fight to familiarize myself with the powers of the Dharma characteristic realm and comprehend the divine powers. Confidence, pride, and arrogance. This was equivalent to using a 5-clawed divine dragon as a whetstone. All right. Long Tseng no longer pushed back and leaped onto the dragon blood battlefield. The two Grand Elders exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. However, both of them smiled right after, feeling relieved. It was already a great fortune for the dragon race to have any one of the two monster incarnates. The most rare thing was that these two monster incarnates of the dragon race were open and honest without any scheming plots or connivery. No matter who won this battle, the rise of the dragon race was inevitable. Seems like the grand ceremony is about to be brought forward, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said with a smile. In my opinion, there's no time like the present. Let's do it today, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. The most important thing in the grand ceremony of the clan is to be conferred the title of the young master of the dragon race. One of them will definitely win today, and that person will be the young master of the dragon race. All right, let's get the other 3 old fogies out here. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded in agreement. The 2 Grand Elders reared their heads and howled. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded, piercing through metal and cracking rocks and spreading to every corner of the Dragon Bone Valley. Roar! After a brief pause, 3 dragon roars echoed from 3 corners of the Dragon Bone Valley, matching the howls of the 2 elders. In the blink of an eye, another 3 old men appeared in midair. They were the Grand Elders of the horned, winged and hornless dragon lineages who were initially in seclusion. The Grand Elders of all 5 lineages were gathered. What's going on? The winged dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and looked at the 2 figures in the dragon blood battlefield. Why? Is there finally someone who dares to challenge Long Tsang? There's no need to alarm us for a battle with a predetermined outcome, right? The horned dragon Grand Elder was confused. The 3 Grand Elders had yet to meet Su Zimo, let alone recognize him. Fufu, predetermined outcome? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder rolled his eyes and pointed at Su Zimo's back view. How about a bet? I'll bet on him winning, he continued with a smile. If I win, old Xiao, the mystic flame bead that you obtained 50,000 years ago will belong to me. I'm not betting. The horned dragon Grand Elder shuddered and shook his head instinctively. Although he did not know who Su Zimo was, the 5 of them knew one another way too well. When he saw the sly smile on the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder's face, he knew that there was definitely something going on. The hornless Dragon Grand Elder smiled and asked, "Tell me, what's up with your mysterious behavior?" The Blue Dragon Grand Elder sent a voice transmission and recounted everything simply. Even his speculation with the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder was revealed. For real? When the 3 Grand Elders heard that, they could not contain their emotions and exclaimed instinctively. Let's see. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder pointed at the dragon blood battlefield. This battle might prove our guess. Chapter 1207 Battle Commencement. Chapter 1207 Battle Commencement. In the dragon blood battlefield, Su Zimo and Long Tsang were already facing one another. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder declared, "Although we can fight to the death in the dragon blood battlefield without any reservations, both of you are paragons of our race. It's our loss to see any of you die." Many dragon elders nodded in agreement. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder continued, "You can fight to your heart's content in this battle, but you must not use your essence spirit's secret skills. A fight between essence spirits was the most dangerous, and one could die at any moment. At that time, they might not even be able to save either one of them in time. With the regeneration capabilities of the dragon race's bloodline, one's body could recover if they were injured. If worst came to worst, there was still an utmost treasure like the primordial divine spring. That's for sure." Long Tsang nodded. "Victory has to be decided in my battle with Long Zhu, not life and death." Su Zimo smiled and nodded as well. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If the Blue Dragon Grand Elder did not mention it, they would have stood out and stopped the 2 of them from using their essence spirit secret skills as well. While the Blue Dragon Grand Elders and the others did not know it, They had witnessed the might of reverse scale personally. Even the young master of the witch race was killed by this essence spirit secret skill. Although Long Tsung was a five-clawed divine dragon, it was unknown if he could defend against it. Suddenly, Long Zhong said, "Long Shu has another dermic art that can't be used either." "What?" The Grand Elders were surprised and asked instinctively. Long Zhong said, "Long Zhu learned a dermic art from somewhere that can reduce one's lifespan." The Horned Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly. "What's wrong with reducing one's lifespan? Although such a dermic art is rare, it's not that scary." Long Zhong shook his head. "Long Zhu's dermic art is different. The effect of this dermic art ignores the other party's cultivation realm." The expressions of the five Grand Elders changed slightly. "Ignore one's cultivation realm? You mean to say that our lifespans will be reduced if he releases this dermic art on us?" The Horned Dragon Grand Elder asked, still in disbelief. "That's right." Long Zhong nodded hurriedly. "That's not all. The lifespan reduction of his dermic art is irreversible. No matter how one recuperates in the future, there's no way of recovering the lost lifespan." The five Grand Elders exchanged glances. That was a little scary. Was there such a domineering dermic art in this world? However, all five of them felt relieved at the thought of Su Zimo's bloodline. Long Zhong did not notice it still and was prepared to strike while the iron was hot. He instigated, "If our other clansmen can cultivate such a powerful dermic art as well, the strength of our race will definitely increase significantly." He did not say that it was his own selfish reasons. Instead, he expressed it as though he was selfless and was considering it for the sake of the dragon race and their fellow clansmen completely. Long Zhong continued with sadness, "I tried to persuade Long Shu to hand over that dermic art out of goodwill. Unexpectedly, he rejected me without caring about the interests of the dragon race." The five Grand Elders looked grim. Long Zhong was secretly delighted when he saw that. He thought that the five Grand Elders were angered because Su Zimo was hiding something. Long Zhong prepped himself and continued, "This lad is not grateful for our race taking him in at all. He won't even hand over a dermic art. He doesn't even treat us as his clansmen." That was a serious accusation. Many dragons were moved by his words and whispered among themselves. In the dragon blood battlefield, Long Tsung frowned and said in a deep voice, "Since that dermic art belongs to Long Zhu, he can hand it over if he wants to. If he doesn't want to, so be it. Elder, there's no need to accuse him of anything." Su Zimo had a calm expression and was indifferent towards the matter, merely waiting for the attitude of the five Grand Elders. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder had a dark expression as he looked at Long Zhong and asked slowly, "You were the one who asked him to hand over the dermic art?" "That's right." Long Zhong nodded hurriedly. "Piak." The moment he said that, a crisp sound rang. A red palm print had already appeared on Long Zhong's face. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder attacked and slapped Long Zhong viciously, saying hatefully, "Who gave you the right?" "Piak." It was another slap. "What rights do you have to claim a dermic art cultivated by someone else?" "Piak." A third slap. "Why don't you take a look at your bloodline and potential? Even if that dermic art was given to you, do you fucking think you can learn it?" The Horned Dragon Grand Elder cursed as he slapped Long Zhong's mouth. The dragons watched with widened eyes. Elder Long Zhong was way too unlucky today. He had just been slapped a few times by the Blue Dragon Grand Elder and now, he was beaten up again. Furthermore, the dragons were confused and did not know why Long Zhong was beaten up. Even Long Zhong himself was stunned, let alone them. What's going on today? Where am I? Who am I? Why is everyone slapping me? Long Zhong's head buzzed from the slaps and was already in a mess. There was no way Long Zhong knew that the five Grand Elders were worried that Su Zimo would be disgusted by his actions. If Su Zimo were to leave the dragon race, that would be the greatest loss for the dragon race. Scram! The Horned Dragon Grand Elder ground his teeth and cursed. Go back and reflect on yourself in front of the wall. Don't come out without my orders. Yes. Long Zhong could only grit his teeth and agree before turning to leave angrily. In the dragon blood battlefield, Long Tsang smiled gently and said, Long Zhu, you don't have to worry. If you can't use this or that, you will feel restricted and there won't be any point to this battle. If I defeat you, it'll be an unfair victory. No worries, Su Zimo said indifferently. Even without Baron, you won't be able to win. Actually, even without Long Zhong's suggestion, Su Zimo had no intention of using Baron. Baron's lifespan reduction was way too domineering. If he was dealing with enemies, he naturally had nothing to fear. However, Su Zimo had a good impression of Long Tsang and naturally did not want to cause Long Tsang's lifespan to be wasted for no reason just for the sake of this fight. At the Void Reversion Realm, when he pushed Baron to its limits, it could reach a level where one's lifespan was reduced by 500 years a breath. But now that he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, the power of Baron was doubled. 1,000 years could be reduced with a single breath. Normally speaking, the lifespan of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords was less than 10,000 years. In other words, 10 breaths of Baron could kill a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Long Tsang possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Even if he had a long lifespan, he could not withstand the speed of the lifespan reduction. Long Tsang no longer tried persuading Su Zimo. In his opinion, Su Zimo would naturally release that Baron Dermic art when he was forced to a dead end. He wanted to witness the power of that Dermic art. Battle! Long Tsang hollered and strode forward. Leaping up from the ground, he arrived above Su Zimo's head instantly with a torrential aura. Splash! The sound of a tsunami surged from Long Tsang's body. Tsunami blood was deafening. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, it was not surprising for Long Tsang to cultivate to the tsunami blood realm. The moment he attacked, he did not hold back at all and channeled the power of his bloodline to its limits. He reached out and slapped Su Zimo's head fiercely. Chapter 1208 9 Demon Kings, Complete Silence. Chapter 1208 9 Demon Kings, Complete Silence. Powerful. Extremely powerful. That simple attack caused Su Zimo to feel a suffocating pressure. Long Tsang's tsunami blood was almost gushing out of his body and arrived instantly. In terms of bloodline alone, the power released by Long Tsang was even stronger than Diyin. Of course, by now, Su Zimo had undergone a complete transformation and was unlike before. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo's blood chi surged and his body seemed to be surging with raging tides. He did not retreat at all against Long Tsang, who descended from the skies like a god and punched in reverse against the latter's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The dragons could clearly feel the entire Dragon Bone Valley tremble. The collision of bloodline and physical body released a tremendous amount of energy at that moment. There was a momentary pause and the world seemed to have stopped. Immediately, that energy fluctuation burst forth and spread in all directions with a terrifying aura. A single clash was enough to cause such a commotion, and stirs broke out within the dragons. The dragon race loved to fight, and was naturally excited about such a rare battle throughout history. Finally, someone from our race can fight against Long Tsang. That's far from it. The two of them merely exchanged a single round. Who do you guys think will win this battle? That was a question that all the dragons were guessing. I'll bet on Long Zhu. He has awakened 3 divine powers and undergone 4 baptisms of his bloodline and body. It will definitely be Long Tsang, there's no doubt about that. Although Long Zhu has awakened 3 divine powers and underwent 4 transformations, don't forget that his bloodline is impure. A 5-clawed divine dragon is innately superior to dragons, let alone dragons with impure bloodlines. That's right. Also, don't forget that Long Zhu has just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and Long Tsang is already at perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Most of the dragons, including the elders of the dragon race, were still biased towards Long Tsang. Only the 5 grand elders in midair remained silent. If their guess was correct, it would be extremely difficult for Long Tsang to win this battle. Long Tsang's only shot at victory was his ability to conjure his complete true form, while Long Zhu was unable to for now. In that short period of time, Su Zimo and Long Tsang had already fought for more than 10 rounds in the Dragon Blood battlefield. They were collisions in terms of strength. Although it looked simple, crude and savage, it was extremely dangerous. If any strike were to land, the other party would be severely injured. In the eyes of the dragons, the two of them seemed to be on par. However, on the battlefield, Long Tsang had another feeling that he was getting more alarmed the longer they fought. Right now, he had already pushed his power of Blood Qi to its limits, but he could not gain any advantage still. On the contrary, each time Su Zimo attacked, his Blood Qi would surge with a boundless might. His strength was increasing exponentially instead. How could this be? Long Tsang's heart skipped a beat. He possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon and was a king of the dragon race with an extremely strong bloodline. How could he be suppressed by someone else? More importantly, Long Tsang believed that he was invincible in melee combat. However, he could not gain any advantage against Su Zimo. Su Zimo would reveal his melee combat techniques from time to time, tough, gentle, swift, agile and ever-changing. Even he was troubled by them. Long Tsang felt that he was not facing a dragon. It was the king of all demons. Long Tsang realized that if this continued, he might be the one unable to hold out. Good. Long Tsang could still speak despite the massive battle as he praised loudly. Ever since I awakened the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, you're the first person who has forced me to this extent. Roar! He reared his head and howled into the skies, letting out a resounding dragon roar. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying power burst forth from his body and his blood qi surged, forming swiftly behind him. A menacing and massive divine dragon descended upon the world. The divine dragon was covered in green scales and had a sharp gaze. It had a head, legs and sharp claws. Most importantly, there were 5 dragon claws beneath the divine dragon's abdomen. A 5-clawed divine dragon had descended. A unique pressure of the dragon race spread. Against that pressure, the dragons felt shudders and lowered their heads instinctively. None of the dragons dared to match the 5-clawed divine dragon behind Long Tsang. Bloodline phenomenon! A dragon elder said sternly. To think that Long Zhu's combat strength would be at this level and even forced out Long Tsang's bloodline phenomenon. In that case, the battle is about to end. That's not for sure. Illumination Dragon Elder Force shook his head. From what I know, Long Zhu has also cultivated a bloodline phenomenon. There are differences in strength between bloodline phenomenons. Even if Long Zhu manages to cultivate a bloodline phenomenon, can his bloodline phenomenon withstand the impact of a 5-clawed divine dragon? Another dragon elder pouted his lips in disapproval. On the battlefield. The moment Long Tsang released his bloodline phenomenon, scarlet demonic qi rumbled around Su Zimo, forming menacing, lifelike ancient demon kings one after another. Wild bovine demon king. Stone bear demon king. Anaconda demon king. Sanguine ape demon king. Divine steed demon king. Hell tiger demon king. Wind leopard demon king. 7 demon kings had appeared. The bloodlines of those demon kings were extremely ordinary. However, they were not disadvantaged against the 5-clawed divine dragon. What are those? Why would Long Zhu possess a bloodline phenomenon as such? The many dragon leaders frowned. Right then, another massive demon king descended after the 7 demon kings. Its body was slender, and created raging tides with a burning gaze and unrestrained might. The 8th demon king, Desolate Ocean Dragon King. The 8 demon kings exuded an ancient aura. Even though they were merely phenomenons, they still emitted a strong blood stench. No one knew how much blood the 8 demon kings had spilled. Long Tsang's 5-clawed divine dragon was already disadvantaged against the descent of 8 demon kings. However, be it Long Tsang or the 5-clawed divine dragon behind him, not only did they not retreat in fear against such a confrontation, they even released an even stronger battle intent. Roar! Long Tsung opened his mouth, and the five-clawed divine dragon behind him opened its mouth at the same time. The man and dragon roared at the same time with a thunderous sound. This was the authority of a five-clawed divine dragon that was not to be challenged. Everyone could sense that Long Tsung and the five-clawed divine dragon behind him were truly enraged. Right then, the scarlet demonic chi behind Su Zimo surged and another massive object was formed. The dragons had just seen this massive creature before. It was the phenomenon that descended when Su Zimo awakened his third divine power. To think that the phenomenon would become Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon. The ninth demon king, Sea Calming Turtle. The 9 demon kings descended and surrounded Su Zimo. Long Tsung's aura had just risen when it was suppressed rapidly. Roar! Su Zimo opened his mouth and the 9 demon kings opened their mouths at the same time, letting out earth-shaking roars. The dragons were silent. Chapter 1209 That's all? Chapter 1209 That's all? The 9 demon kings descended and glared at the five-clawed divine dragon not far away with murderous auras like fiends. Long Tsung's bloodline phenomenon was completely disadvantaged in terms of aura. Alright, let's see which of your phenomenons can defend against my five-clawed divine dragon. Long Tsung hollered and the five-clawed divine dragon behind him roared. It soared into the air and lunged towards Su Zimo with a shocking aura. Before Su Zimo gave any orders, the 9 demon kings surrounding him charged forward. 10 massive demon beasts fought in midair. Although they were phenomenons derived from blood chi, each collision would cause a series of explosions, causing the void to tremble and the weather to change. The moment they exchanged blows, the five-clawed divine dragon was disadvantaged. Although the five-clawed divine dragon was strong and could kill 3 or 4 demon king phenomenons with ease, there were a full 9 demon kings that surrounded it. Furthermore, among the 9 demon kings, the combat strength of the Sea Calming Turtle was almost comparable to the five-clawed divine dragon. Poof! The five-clawed divine dragon roared and extended its claws, ripping the wild bovine demon king's body apart. Instantly, the phenomenon dissipated. Of the 9 demon kings, there were 8 remaining. As for the five-clawed divine dragon's back, it was sliced by the winged leopard demon king as well. If not for the protection of the indestructible dragon scales, that attack might have ripped the five-clawed divine dragon into 2. The fight between the phenomenons was extremely tragic. In less than a dozen breaths, 3 demon king phenomenons on Su Zimo's side dissipated. As for the five-clawed divine dragon, it was covered in wounds and was in a tragic state. How could this be? Could the five-clawed divine dragon of our dragon race not defeat these demon beasts with inferior bloodlines? The dragons were dumbfounded. Nobody expected this outcome of the bloodline battle. All the dragons could tell that although 3 of the 9 demon kings were dead, the five-clawed divine dragon's stamina was depleted, and its aura was weakened. Even the glow on its body had dimmed significantly. If this continued, the five-clawed divine dragon would definitely lose. Long Tsung had a grim expression as he swiped his wrist gently, causing a wisp of incomparably pure dragon blood to appear. He chanted in dragon language and conjured hand seals, directing the wisp of dragon blood onto the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. The five-clawed divine dragon shuddered and its aura surged. Roar! The five-clawed divine dragon roared and regained its divine power. It attacked once more and released its divine might, tearing the winged leopard demon king into pieces. Although it was only a wisp of bloodline, it possessed an extremely terrifying power. That was the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon. By using a secret skill to refine his bloodline and fuse it with the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, it was akin to Long Tsung granting a rebirth to his phenomenon. Even so, the difference between them was still great. There were still 5 demon king phenomenons on Su Zimo's side. Before long, another one was destroyed. However, cracks started appearing on the body of the five-clawed divine dragon, and it was on the brink of collapse. Finally, the Sea Calming Turtle collided against the five-clawed divine dragon. Both phenomenons dispersed at the same time. As for Su Zimo's side, there were only 3 phenomenons left: Sanguine Ape Demon King, Hell Tiger Demon King, and Desolate Ocean Dragon King. The 3 phenomenons did not stop and charged towards Long Tsang, who was not far away. All right. Long Tsang did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he praised with a bright gaze and rose against 3 gigantic beings. Bang! 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 He was using his body to fight against Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon. Both parties collided violently. After a brief pause, a figure crashed onto the ground like a meteor, creating a human-shaped pit with dust and gravel. However, before long, the figure leaped up. It was Long Tsang. He looked a little wretched, but it was clear that he was not severely injured. The 3 phenomenons in midair had already turned into spots of light that scattered into the void. Long Tsang had destroyed Su Zimo's 3 bloodline phenomenons with his body. How terrifying was his strength! I knew that Long Tsang wouldn't be defeated so easily. Long Tsang seems fine. Instead, his aura is getting stronger. Let's wait and see. Long Tsang's counterattack is about to begin. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never been in such a sorry state. The greater the impact he receives now, the sharper his counterattack will be. Many dragon elders heaved a sigh of relief. Unlike the dragons, the elders were calm. They could tell that although Long Tsang could shatter Su Zimo's 3 bloodline phenomenons, it was only partly because he was strong enough. More importantly, the 3 Demon King phenomenons were almost depleted as well. Ha ha! Long Tsang roared in laughter. That's all there is to your bloodline phenomenon. Although there are many demon beasts, they are nothing but small fries. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled calmly without retorting. Long Tsang was indeed strong. The last time he saw an existence that could take on phenomenons with his body was the god race leader he encountered in Myriad Phenomenon City. However, the true terror of Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon was not the initial 9 demon kings. All of a sudden, behind Su Zimo, demonic chi surged and a blood-colored butterfly gradually appeared. There were 2 bright moons imprinted on the wings that resembled a pair of eyes. The blood-colored butterfly was only around 10 feet wide and was way too tiny compared to the 9 previous Demon King phenomenons. However, after the blood-colored butterfly descended, the entire Dragon Bone Valley fell into a dead silence. A terrifying aura spread. The dragons felt their hearts skip a beat. Even when the 9 Demon Kings and 5-clawed Divine Dragon phenomenons descended, they were merely shocked. However, that blood-colored butterfly made them feel fear. Not to mention the dragons below, even the many dragon elders who were watching in midair gasped. What is that demon beast? A dragon elder's voice trembled. The 5 grand elders of the dragon race had grim expressions as they fixed their gazes on the blood-colored butterfly. Even with their experience, they could not identify the origin of the blood-colored butterfly. There's another bloodline phenomenon? Long Tsang's expression changed as well, and he was on guard. The butterfly looked extremely weak and had yet to materialize. It was only in a half-illusory state, and was almost negligible compared to the torrential aura of the previous 9 Demon Kings. Even so, Long Tsang still felt a strong sense of danger. That was despite the fact that he was dozens of feet away from the blood-colored butterfly. That's all there is to my bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo smiled. Suddenly, the wings of the blood-colored butterfly flapped gently. Its movements were so subtle that it was almost impossible to notice. However, that slight flap caused a terrifying storm. The void around Long Tsang distorted, changed, collapsed and caved in. Long Tsang's eyes widened and he could only last for a moment. As though he was struck by lightning, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood, tumbling into the distance motionlessly. The place fell into an uproar. Chapter 12:10 Complete Suppression. Chapter 12:10 Complete Suppression. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, he was sent flying by a gentle flap of a blood-colored butterfly's wings and spat out blood. What sort of a bloodline phenomenon was that? Long Zhu's bloodline was impure. How did he manage to cultivate such a terrifying phenomenon? Could it be that his bloodline was even stronger and nobler than the five-clawed divine dragon? The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. Even the dragons who had initially thought highly of Su Zimo did not expect Long Tsang to lose so thoroughly. He was severely injured by Long Zhu's bloodline phenomenon. Our young master sure has many secrets. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder could not help but send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and lamented. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. That's right. At the very least, the power of this bloodline phenomenon has far exceeded our expectations. In the Dragon Blood battlefield, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and calmed his bloodline. The blood-colored butterfly behind him dissipated as well. He was prepared to leave. Not everyone could defend against the attack of the blood-colored butterfly. Of course, he did not continue his pursuit. Although Long Tsang was severely injured, his body and bloodline would recover before long. Has the outcome of this battle been decided? That should be the case. Long Tsang is motionless and looks like he fainted. The dragons were still unwilling to believe as they fixed their gazes on the figure sprawled on the ground. Cough! Suddenly, a soft cough sounded. The figure crawled up slowly from the ground and looked extremely wretched. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. However, his eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was not diminished. The dragons cheered. In the hearts of the dragons, they were still unwilling to see their only five-clawed divine dragon suffer a crushing defeat just like that. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Long Tsang looked at Su Zimo in the distance and grinned. Don't tell me you think that you can defeat me with a single bloodline phenomenon? Su Zimo paused in his tracks with a hint of admiration in his eyes. There were not many people who could withstand the attack of the blood butterfly with their bodies. There were even less people who could stand up after enduring it. As a five-clawed divine dragon, Long Tsang displayed terrifying defense and regeneration capabilities. That was the power of his bloodline. What tricks do you have? Use them all. I'll take all of them. Su Zimo had immense respect for Long Tsang and smiled gently. The battle has just begun. Long Tsang hollered and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Under countless gazes, his entire body expanded. In the blink of an eye, a divine dragon dozens of feet long appeared where he stood. It was covered in green scales that shone with a cold glint. Above the menacing dragon's head was a pair of dragon horns and the spikes on its back were sharp with 5 claws beneath its abdomen. A complete true body of the dragon race. Long Tsang hovered in midair and looked down at Su Zimo on the battlefield. Compared to his massive dragon body, Su Zimo was as insignificant as an ant. However, the ant raised its head and met the gaze of the 5-clawed divine dragon. In terms of aura, it was not inferior at all. Furthermore, his bloodline was even slightly suppressed by Su Zimo. Others might not be able to sense it, but he could. This was an extremely unusual phenomenon. Under normal circumstances, a 5-clawed divine dragon was a king of the dragon race and had an extremely strong bloodline. There was no way it could be suppressed by the bloodline of another dragon. However, the battle between the two of them was not over yet, and Long Tsang did not think too much about it. At the same time, Su Zimo's body underwent some changes as well. His body rose rapidly and was now 30 feet tall. Scarlet scales grew on his skin and the temperature in the void climbed rapidly. Against Long Tsang, who had transformed into a complete dragon, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and reverted to his half-dragon form. That was the only dragon form he could conjure up till now. Almost at the same time, Long Tsang descended from the skies and charged down fiercely. Su Zimo leaped up and defied the heavens. Boom! 2 dragon claws collided with a loud bang. Su Zimo's body descended rapidly like a meteor crashing onto the ground. Right after, he rose from the ground at an even faster speed and charged forward once more. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed repeatedly and let out a series of explosions. The void trembled repeatedly, and dust billowed in a terrifying manner. pissed. Long Zhu is really strong. That's right. Even though he's only in his half-dragon form, he's able to fight head-on against Long Tsang in his complete dragon form. What would happen if he could conjure a complete dragon form? Why is there no change to Long Zhu's right hand? It's still the same as a human's palm. Right then, a dragon noticed this abnormality and revealed a confused expression. In midair, the 5 Grand Elders exchanged glances and nodded. There's no mistake. There's only a single possibility why he can fight against a 5-clawed divine dragon in his half-dragon form. Yes, it seems like the reason why the young master is unable to conjure a complete true body is because his bloodline has yet to fuse perfectly with the divine phoenix bone. I wonder where that opportunity lies. The 5 Grand Elders conversed secretly. In the skies above the battlefield, Long Tsang charged forward once more. Raising his dragon horns, he charged towards Su Zimo's chest. Among the dragon race, their fangs and claws were the sharpest. However, the toughest part of the dragon race was the pair of dragon horns on their heads. Given the combat strength of Long Tsang's bloodline, even some low-level mighty figure dermic weapons could not withstand the impact of his dragon horns, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Furthermore, once the innate divine powers of the dragon horns were awakened, there were many other mysteries to them. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. He reached out and grabbed Long Tsang's horns without budging at all. However, the impact of Long Tsang's attack was too strong. In midair, Su Zimo had no strength and his body retreated continuously. Rise! Su Zimo's blood chi surged and he growled deeply. Gripping the horns of Long Tsang with both hands, large tendons and muscles bulged beneath the scarlet scales on his arms. An incomparably powerful force burst forth. Right in front of the dragons, Su Zimo lifted Long Tsang's massive body that was dozens of feet tall and swung it through the air in an arc, smashing it heavily onto the ground on the other side. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The ground of the dragon blood battlefield was smashed apart, forming a ravine dozens of feet long that caused Long Tsang's body to sink in. The dragons were shocked and winced, feeling their teeth ache. Roar! Long Tsang roared and struggled to stand up. If it was any other dragon, they would have been paralyzed after suffering such a serious injury. However, the 5-clawed divine dragon was way too strong. Despite receiving such a blow, he was still able to stand up. The aura around him turned increasingly violent as he shook his dragon head, wanting to break free from Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo did not give him that chance at all. Before Long Tsang was fully awake, Su Zimo exerted strength in his arms once more and a scorching aura surged from his nose and mouth. Su Zimo lifted Long Tsang's body once more and smashed it to the other side. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. The mouths of the dragons twitched. The entire Dragon Bone Valley shuddered. This was a complete suppression of strength. Chapter 12:11 Divine Powers Fight. Chapter 12:11 Divine Powers Fight. The dragons were extremely excited at the sight of this massive battle. The dragon race advocated melee combat the most and focused on violence and savageness without requiring much technique. And now, Su Zimo had pushed that violence to its limits. The dragon race advocated strength as supremacy. Up till this point of the battle, Su Zimo's methods had already subdued many dragons. Of course, there were still some dragons who were unwilling to believe what happened. Could the 5-clawed divine dragon that had transformed into a complete dragon not defeat Long Zhu? Crackle! Right then, the horns on Long Tsang's head flashed with streaks of lightning, releasing an intense power of thunder. Caught off guard, Su Zimo's expression changed and he felt his hands go numb. An incomparably strong electric current surged into his body and destroyed his life force. Instinctively, Su Zimo released his grip. Long Tsang seized the opportunity to escape and roared before soaring into the air. Power of thunder! Heavens, Long Tsang has awakened the power of thunder! As expected of a 5-clawed divine dragon. To think that Long Tsung would be hiding such a powerful trump card! A series of exclamations sounded from the dragons. Among the dragon race, apart from the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were other powers that could awaken. The power of thunder was one of them. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder and the others turned around. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder smiled faintly and looked pleased. No matter what, Long Tsung was from the Blue Dragon lineage. The stronger Long Tsung was, the more pride he felt. This was comprehended when Long Tsung entered the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said, "To be precise, Long Tsung awakened 2 divine powers at the Dharma characteristic realm as well and underwent 2 body transformations." The Horned Dragon Grand Elder nodded. "No wonder. If not for those 2 transformations, Long Tsung would have lost long ago. On the battlefield." Ha ha! This was the first time that Long Tsung made Su Zimo suffer. He could not help but feel delighted and burst into laughter, shouting, "Long Zhu, it doesn't feel good being electrocuted, right? Puny tricks!" Su Zimo laughed as well and his eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, 2 balls of flames burned and shot towards Long Tsung with 2 scarlet beams of light. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, the Illumination Dragon I had transformed into a divine power completely. Thunder Dragon Descent! Long Tsung did not dare to be careless as lightning coiled around his horns. Instantly, a divine thunder dragon was formed and charged towards the 2 scarlet divine lights. Boom! The 2 divine powers collided and a gigantic semicircular fluctuation spread out, emitting a blinding light as air currents surged. Long Tsung fell from midair. Su Zimo retreated a few steps in succession as well. This divine power fight was even. Good, good, good! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he praised in succession. "Here's another divine power from me!" He roared into the skies and a divine light burst forth from his glabella, entering the firmaments. Boom! Immediately after, a loud bang sounded from the skies. The clouds exploded and a gigantic, thick stone pillar descended slowly from the skies. The stone pillar was grayish-white and there was a 5-clawed divine dragon climbing on it. It gave off an ancient aura and possessed a rampant might that could suppress the dragons. "Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar!" A series of cries sounded from the dragons. Who would have thought that there would be a divine power within the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar? That's right. Long Zhu received a baptism in his human form by accident, and obtained the inheritance of this divine power. When I enter the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll definitely choose to undergo baptism in my human form as well. Many dragons who did not understand what happened thought that the reason why Su Zimo received the inheritance of the divine power was because he had not transformed into a complete dragon. The stone pillar looked exactly the same as the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. However, it was dozens of times larger than the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, and its aura was much more terrifying and berserk. Even Long Tsung, who was dozens of feet long, was like a slender snake beneath the stone pillar, as though it could be squashed into sludge. A huge shadow loomed over. As the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar approached, the pressure became increasingly clear. In fact, many dragons felt suffocated and their faces turned pale. If that was the case for the dragons watching in the vicinity, it was easy to imagine the pressure Long Tsung was under on the battlefield against the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. Divine Dragon's Claw! The dragon claws beneath Long Tsung's abdomen shone with cold lights and surged with the power of divine powers. This was an innate divine power awakened by the Blue Dragon lineage. The combined attack of 4 claws was enough to tear everything apart. Shoo! 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 4 dragon claws swiped viciously at the stone pillar that was crushing down. Squeak! Squeak! The dragon claws swiped across the stone pillar, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere with an ear-piercing sound. Long Tsung's claws snapped and fresh blood flowed, dyeing the stone pillar red. Although the divine dragon's claws were strong, they could not defend against the power of the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. Divine Dragon's Tail Whip! Long Tsung released another secret skill of the dragon race. Shrugging his body that was dozens of feet long, the strength in his body started from the dragon's head and passed through its spine to its tail before being flung out viciously. Boom! The dragon tail collided against the stone pillar. Cracks finally appeared on the stone pillar, and the power of divine powers began to dissipate. It was even worse for Long Tsang. His 4 claws were dripping with blood and most of the scales on his tail had already fallen off. He slammed heavily onto the ground and coughed out blood. Even so, Long Tsang's eyes shone brightly. He managed to block it. At that moment, there were no thoughts about victory or loss in his mind. All he knew was that with the help of this battle, his combat strength had increased once more, and he had a breakthrough. He could even sense the aura of the conjoined body realm. Ha ha! It was worth it! Although Long Tsang was drenched in blood, he was still laughing like a lunatic. Let the battle end here, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. It was clear who was stronger in the current situation. I haven't lost yet. Long Tsang shook his head gently and glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, prepared to launch his final attack. You can still fight? Su Zimo asked. The Divine Dragon Claw was merely a divine power awakened by the Blue Dragon lineage, Long Tsang said slowly. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, I have a final move for this divine power that I awakened. I'll only acknowledge you as the young master if you can take this move. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder seemed to have thought of something and retreated once more. The strongest killing move of a 5-clawed divine dragon was on his 5th claw. Kill! Long Tsang lunged forward once more. Ignoring the blood flowing down his body, the 5th dragon claw beneath his abdomen extended. Its bones were menacing and its sharp claws could penetrate everything. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the 5th dragon claw. The entire void was penetrated by the 5th claw. Long Tsang's counterattack. The reason why he braved the danger of being severely injured and withstood the ancestral dragon divine pillar without using the divine power was because of that final attack. This was his greatest trump card. Chapter 12:12 Reign Over 5 Lineages. Chapter 12:12 Reign Over 5 Lineages. 5th claw? Su Zimo focused his gaze. The menacing claw that crushed over with a terrifying aura made his heart skip a beat. There were truly not many powers of the same cultivation realm that could make him feel shudders. His physique and bloodline were strong. After transforming into his half-dragon form, he was covered in scarlet scales and his defense was extremely strong. Even connate dermic weapons of the same level could not hurt him. However, that claw was extremely terrifying. It was enough to rip his body apart. Su Zimo extended his right hand slowly with scarlet flames burning on it as an extremely terrifying power spread out. Divine Phoenix Bone! The other dragons could not make out anything, but the 5 grand elders of the dragon race exclaimed internally. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, Su Zimo's transformation was in all aspects, and his overall combat strength increased. More importantly, the instant he entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he sensed the power of the Divine Phoenix Bone. The power of the Divine Phoenix Bone was extremely terrifying. However, prior to this, Su Zimo had no connection to the Divine Phoenix Bone, and he could not control its power either. Each time the Divine Phoenix Bone was activated, it was with external help. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, he could already release the power of the Divine Phoenix Bone on his own. Activate the Divine Phoenix's Claw? Against Long Tsang's incoming 5th claw, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He was prepared to fight it head-on with the Divine Phoenix's Claw. However, there was a hidden danger. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, Su Zimo had yet to truly release the Divine Phoenix's Claw, and it was difficult for him to gauge his mastery of it. Long Tsang was in an extremely bad condition right now. If he were to miscalculate and end up killing the latter. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before the power within the Divine Phoenix Bone dissipated. What's Long Xie doing? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder noticed this detail and frowned slightly. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Is Long Zhu not prepared to retaliate, and is instead defending with all his might? However, the power of the fifth claw is extraordinary. It's too difficult to defend against it. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder shook his head. In the dragon blood battlefield. Waving his hands, Suzimo drew a semicircle on both sides of his body before gathering it in front of his chest. His fingers shifted as he conjured hand seals and drew in front of him. At the same time, his glabella shone and a divine light shot into his hands. Condense! Suzimo's gaze intensified. Buzz! An incomparably mighty divine power descended. Heaven and earth rumbled. Suzimo's hands shifted in front of him and conjured a gigantic stone shield. It was rough and ancient with curved patterns etched on it in a mysterious manner. The stone shield resembled the shell of a divine turtle. This is... The dragons widened their eyes. Even the 5 Grand Elders were shocked. They had never seen such a divine power before. Furthermore, that divine power seemed like it had nothing to do with the dragon race. Could this be the third divine power that Long Zhu comprehended? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder asked softly. That should be the case. The other 4 Grand Elders nodded. The 5 Grand Elders were right. That divine power was the first divine power in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It came from the sea-calming turtle and was known as the Spirit Turtle Shield. According to the divine power section, if one could comprehend this divine power completely, they could reach the peak of defense. If he wanted to comprehend the Spirit Turtle Shield completely, he would have to comprehend the patterns on the surface that contained endless secrets. The patterns on the Spirit Turtle Shield intertwined densely. At that moment, only a small portion of it shone faintly. If all the patterns on the surface were to light up, it would mean that the divine power was cultivated to its perfected stage. The moment the Spirit Turtle Shield was formed, Long Tsang's 5th claw struck the stone shield and let out a piercing sound. Sparks flew everywhere. The 2 of them were motionless. The entire world seemed to have stopped. The dragons held their breaths. All of them knew that the outcome of this battle could very well be decided in that instant. Roar! Finally, a pained expression appeared on Long Tsang's face as he let out a tragic cry. Blood dripped from his claws as he fell back. Bang! His body that was dozens of feet long slammed heavily onto the battlefield, causing dust to fly everywhere. On the other side, Suzimo held his shield with both hands and did not budge a single step at all. Victory was decided. Long Zhu shall be the young master! Long Tsang let out a long breath. After saying that, he could no longer hold on and fainted on the spot. He was severely injured in succession, and it was already his limit to be able to last till this point. The dragons were motionless as they looked at the figure standing in the center of the battlefield in a daze for a long time. Even some of the elders of the dragon race could not believe that Long Tsang was completely defeated, let alone them. What are you waiting for? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Bring Long Tsang to the primordial divine spring and heal him quickly. Even if Long Tsang was defeated, he was still a 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race. Suzimo was the only one above him, and nothing must happen to him. Some Blue Dragon Elders moved one after another and brought Long Tsang with them to the primordial divine spring. There's no doubt about this battle. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder lamented. Don't forget, there's even 2 powerful dermic arts that the young master has yet to use. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said. In my opinion, he has more trump cards than those 2 dermic arts. At the very least, he did not reveal his divine phoenix bone. What are you saying so much for? Hurry and get down to business. The Hornless Dragon Grand Elder urged. The 5 Grand Elders were in high spirits and exchanged glances with smiles. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder declared. Everyone, the internal ceremony will continue. However, our young master has already been decided. Does anyone have any objections? No! After a brief pause, the dragons cheered. Among them, the Illumination Dragon Lineage shouted the loudest with an excited expression. The dragon race believed that the strong reigned supreme. If Suzimo could defeat Long Tsang, He would be the young master of the dragon race, and no one would question that. All right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder nodded. Long Zhu shall revert to his original name of Long Mo, and he will be the young master of our race to reign over the 5 lineages. Young master! Young master! Young master! The dragons of the 5 lineages cheered in unison. Standing in the dragon blood battlefield, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and enjoyed this moment, feeling emotional. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, his combat strength increased exponentially, and he could even kill conjoined body mighty figures with his many trump cards. Even against a half-martial ancestor, he could protect himself. He was no longer the existence 10 years ago who barely survived after his body was crippled by a single strike of a half-martial ancestor. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at this point. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had experienced countless dangers along the way. The path he crossed was like a bottomless abyss that was extremely treacherous. Although she was still untouchable, he was relieved that he was one step closer to the figure in his memories. I wonder how things are with the Green Lotus true body and if there are any opportunities for him to enter the Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo muttered softly. He did not know that his Green Lotus true body had entered the Tao inheritance ground. At that moment, the battle was over and he began to summon the Green Lotus true body in his heart. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.